To the end behind off. They're pretty cool in general, the monsters. How is the... I think right there would be fine. Okay. Yeah. Touch your finger. Oh, I can't. Let's see. So the bubbles they don't do anything until they hit you twice. And once they hit you twice, it's obvious what they do. Alright. I have to apologize again because obviously I won't be able to chat very much while I'm actually playing this game. Unfortunately, when I read chat and read the game, I stumble upon my words a lot. So feel free to continue chatting with each other, obviously, but just know that it's going to be a lot harder for me to reply. Chat? Wait. There we go. Wait. Oh no. Our game... Did our game mess up? I think our game messed up. Did it mess up? Oh wait, no it didn't. It just... I was confused. It didn't mess up. It was like, chapter 1? What? I'm on chapter 4! Let me restart that. I felt really bad for a second. I was like, man, now I have to speedrun through this. Alright. Let me close my door.
Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Who will be the Grand Prix champion? Who will be our hero of heroes? Will it be last year's Jammin' Ninja, or maybe Captain all the way from the tropical island Sapien? I see the students of Starry School raring to win, and Global Hero Opticon is not going to go home without a prize. We hope Lady Luck is on our hero's side tonight. Here we go, the winner of the third Heroes Grand Prix is me! Whoa! The true hero of the night has stepped into the ring! It looks like this year's Grand Prix goes to the Nickel Samurai! Too bad, Jammin' Ninja, looks like you'll eluded you again this year.
How come he says that Jammin' Ninja won last year, and then he says that it eluded him again this year? Can somebody... What? There's a contradiction there. There is a severe contradiction with your words.
Right, yes. Did you hear? What, Nick? Did you hear? Did you? The Nickel Samurai, he did it.
Yeah, he sure did. I'm getting too old for this.
I'm proud just of the guy for doing the series justice.
So, the person everyone was cheering for, I guess he got the prize? Yeah. You know who we're talking about, right, Pearly? The Nickel Samurai. No, every Sunday, I only watch the educational channel Kids Masterpiece Theater. Okay, that's it. From now on, it's the Nickel Samurai. All the kids watch it. Do you like the Nickel Samurai too, Mr. Nick? Nah, Nick's an old fart, so he's not allowed to watch it anymore.
That's right. But I do like Kids Masterpiece Theater.
Hey, I didn't know you were so young at heart, Nick. Mr. Nick, you're all grown up. You're not allowed to watch it anymore. You're supposed to act your age and have interests that match. It's very important. Oh, give it a rest, Pearly.
Looks like I made the right choice in inviting everyone here. And I'm glad you're all having a good time.
It's like a dream.
Too bad for the Jammin' Ninja though. Last year, he lost to the Pink Princess, warrior of little old Tokyo. But I thought this might be his year.
Yeah. Oh hey, did anyone else think the Jammin' Ninja looked a bit different today? Different? What do you mean? Well, he wasn't wearing his bright red guitar.
Hey, you're right. Strange he'd walk around without his signature guitar.
I'll never understand these people and their shows. Anyway, Mr. Powers, thank you very much for tonight.
It was nothing. I owe you one for... It's just my way of saying thanks.
Hey, Nick, come on. It's time to get going to the lobby. There's a post-ceremony stage show that's supposed to start real soon.
And then I heard there's going to be a press conference after that.
A press conference? Is he going to make a speech about winning this year's prize?
Well, not exactly. Something about the Nickel Samurai confessing something.
Confessing? Sounds pretty serious.
Nick, come on! You don't want us to be the last ones there, do you? Yeah, Mr. Nick. Do you?
Why me? The show doesn't even start for another 20 minutes. Will Powers. Thank you very much for inviting us today.
It was nothing really. Guys like us don't get to come to a place like this often, so I thought I'd invite you all.
Hey, Mr. Powers. What have you been up to lately?
Well, since the Pink Princess successfully wrapped up last month, I've been on a kid's exercise show while wearing a rabbit mask over my face.
Oh, I see.
I'm still really sorry about all the headache I caused you that time, Mr. Wright.
Well, what's done is done, so let's forget about it. This is Will Powers. He's an action star. His popularity exploded when he was the Steel Samurai. And he was the first case Maya worked on with me.
It's too bad. You look scary, or people know you're a real softie. Who's good? It's too bad you look scary, or people know you're a real softie who's good with kids.
Thanks.
I can't believe they're going to make a movie based on the Nickel Samurai.
I can't believe it either, but for a different reason.
The Steel Samurai, an epic story of one hero in a desperate fight against his arch nemesis, the evil magistrate, in the city of Neo Old Tokyo. And last year, they started a new series, the Nickel Samurai. A new series seems to be a hit with the kids too.
I'm really attached to the Steel Samurai as a show, so I was hoping maybe I'd get a chance to do something in the new one.
Yeah, it's too bad. It's been awesome to see you with the new actor, Matt Ungarde. He's super popular right now. Mr. Ungarde?
Looks like Pearls doesn't know who he is.
This year, it's going to be the Nickel Samurai versus the Jump Ninja at the box office.
Jammin' Ninja? Who's that again? So who is this Jammin' Ninja again?
He's the hero, duh. His symbol is the bright red guitar he's always carrying.
A ninja who always is carrying around a bright red guitar? How does that even work?
With a scarf around his neck and a guitar in his hand, he rises to stardom in an ancient time.
A ninja who becomes a star?
Yeah, a ninja who becomes a star.
There's a strong rivalry between the two of them. Global Studios Nickel Samurai and Worldwide Studios Jammin' Ninja. They even air at the same time.
You know what I heard? I heard those two don't get along at all. The Nickel Samurai's Ungarde and the guy who plays the Jammin' Ninja, I mean.
The Nickel Samurai speaks French? Oh, you mean Matt Ungarde, the actor. I guess even the world of heroes isn't a sparkling, happy place.
Yeah.
Have you seen my badge lately?
Well, I really owe you one. If it wasn't for you guys, I don't know what would have happened. What you did, it was a real tight spot I was in, and you fought so hard to get me out. I don't care what happens. I'll never forget everything you've done for me.
Nickel Samurai.
Sorry. Thanks for taking the time to take it out and show me. But I'm really sorry I don't know anything about it.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Let's check out this table. Food.
What can I say? This is a really high-class hotel. I've never eaten this kind of salad before.
Poor Pearls. Having eaten only vegetables all her life, she's been missing out.
Don't worry. Any leftovers belongs to my happily waiting stomach anyway.
You're such a glutton, Maya.
I lose this one to Maya. You sure can eat.
Well, I'm a growing girl. A growing girl needs her nutrients.
A growing girl? Exactly how big do you plan on getting? Is there nothing else to examine?
That chandelier is really something, isn't it? I thought it was some kind of spaceship. Hey, Nick, how about we get one of these for the office?
One of those hanging from the poor, weak ceiling? I don't think so.
If this is all a dream, I don't want to ever wake up. And all the directors and stars that were here to see the heroes, wow.
I had no idea who most of them were.
Neither did I. Nick, you've got to cut the news-only habit out. Your new show is going to be the Nickel Samurai every Sunday morning at 8. Well, I know. We can watch it together starting next week. I'll come wake you up extra early to make sure, okay?
I'm fine. You know, you really don't have to on my account. The award ceremony was just held on that stage. It was really fabulous.
You reminded me of the circus for a second.
Well,
shows like that are guaranteed to be good, you know?
there's a grand set of doors over there.
And behind those doors is an equally grand lobby.
Shall we go and take a look, Mr. Nick? Hey, wait up! This grand desert. Pig, wait up! This grand dessert is calling to me. It's saying, eat me now.
Alright, let's move to the hallway. Wow. What is with this place? Looks like I've stumbled upon Oz or something. Way in the back, there's a sign for the bathroom. Maybe I should visit for a while. Maybe I should visit it while I can before the show starts. To Mr. Ungarde from the Global Studio staff. It'd be nice if lawyers got flowers too. Something like, to Mr. Wright from all your grateful clients. Hi, Ash. One second, I just remembered that I need to get something. I'll be right back. Just a second. Don't go away. obviously. But just a second. Okay. Let me get something real quick. I can understand flowers in front of the dressing room, but what are stuffed bears doing here? Could it be that there's an action star with a soft spot for teddy bears? Nah, that can't be. There's a piece of paper taped on the door that says Juan Corrida's room. Juan Corrida? His name just sounds like a star's name. I've heard it before, but I don't know anything about him at all. There's a piece of paper taped to the door that says Matt Ungarde's room. Matt Ungarde. I've heard that name before. Oh yeah, Maya's always yammering about him like the obsessed fan she is. To Mr. Ungarde from Global Studio staff. Oh yeah, I already read this. Compared to the flowers on the other side of the hall, these are much more gorgeous. Let's see, record companies, fan clubs, company, workers, family. Carrying all these flowers would be hard, I think. Seems like Juan Corrido was more liked. There are toilets in each room in this hotel, but since all sorts of events are held here, there are bathrooms for people who aren't staying here to use as well. Perfect for people like me who can't afford to stay here in the first place. Okay, I guess let's just move on.
Sounds like the post-ceremony show's about to start.
Alright, I'm so pumped. I wonder if he's going to show off his special moves today. Nickel Samurai Smelting.
Actually, what I'm interested in most is the press conference.
You mean the big confession? The Nickel Samurai's going to make after the show? So what is it? Don't you know what it's about, Mr. Powers?
Nah, well, I'm not the Steel Samurai anymore, so I don't have any idea. So sorry. So I guess you are all going to the press conference then?
Yeah, of course.
If that's the case, here, take these tickets so you can get in.
Press conference courtroom. Thank you very much. Let's get going to the lobby. Seems like the Nickel Samurai just confessed something after the post-ceremony stage show.
It looks like it's over this way, Mr. Nick. Okay, for great justice.
What's this ticket all about?
They called this so suddenly that something about it just seems off, you know?
You mean the press conference?
Yeah, he said, there's something I'd like to confess if I win. I heard he faxed his request for a conference into the office only yesterday.
Yesterday. Yeah, that is kind of sudden.
But I guess his manager set everything up somehow, so he was lucky.
Nice manager. Go back to the hallway. I don't know why I chose back to the hallway. Like there's something new there. Hotel lobby. Only a really gaudy hotel would have such a large gaudy lobby to match.
I think they're going to have the most ceremony now over there.
They're using a compact stage, I see.
Oh, I'm all ready to use my special samurai power.
Maya looks like she's ready to start a fight.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please. The Nickel Samurai's post-ceremony stage show will not be held tonight due to the unforeseen circumstances.
What? Why?
Oh, you didn't have to pinch me. Pinch yourself if you don't believe it.
We are asking for everyone's cooperation at this time, so please stay where you are. This is a special request from the police.
Police? Did they just say the police?
Do you want me to go check what's going on?
Wait, I'll come with you.
Freeze! You two! Didn't you hear the announcement just now? It's just finished telling you not to move! That voice. I've heard that voice somewhere before.
Honestly, youth these days can't be bothered to listen listen to other people when they talk. Just the other day, I was in every room to beware the bridge out, and the snot kid was down there, and the kid was dangerous, and it wouldn't even listen. Of course it wouldn't listen. The bridge out says it's dangerous, and the kid and me were over there. Well, I'd like to know, not go there to the bridge, and honestly, I'll tell you.
Not this non-stop chatter.
It can't be. Miss Oldbag?
What's it to you? What is it? You young whippersnappers, do I know you? Wait, you! Mr. Powers, aren't you?
Yeah, about what happened back then.
You don't even get nominated this year. You didn't even get nominated this year, did you? No, that's right. You're doing that children's exercise program trying to play nice.
Yeah, that's me. Thankfully, I still have a job.
I love that show. And you know, the men be covered in masks and you do a little rabbit and you make their work hard and you know, I know many of the TV has reasons to the kids and if this deserves why than anything.
What are you doing here?
Look, I'm in my uniform and then tell me you can't tell I'm a member of security. But that outfit.
Annoying, noisy brats get out. That blaster.
She's so confusing to read. Have you seen my badge?
These eyes are mine. These eyes of mine are real pros.
Pros? Pros at doing what?
At doing police work, of course. My eyes are like a hawk. My professional eyes spot a messy incident, a messy, bloody incident. That's why I don't have time for your meddling kids and your petty little things.
Okay, I already presented this. Or rather, I'm getting the same dialogue. What do you know about the Nickel Samurai? Nope, okay. Wendy Oldbag. Miss Oldbag, what are you doing here? What happened to your position at Global Studios?
Oh, that old place? Well, since that incident, they've been letting people go. When they cut the security team, I got the pink slip.
What incident? What did you do?
I didn't do anything, you youngin'. Don't you remember the incident a year ago when the lady got on the witness stand and testified?
Yeah.
And you! Weren't you the one who was bullying me? This fragile girl at heart?
I plead the fifth.
But you know, I think maybe I rubbed the upper management the wrong way by testifying. Yes, that has to be it. Everything is your fault.
But me?
I thought about being the bodyguard at first, after being handed old Pinky.
You? A bodyguard?
For your friend, that fiery, good-looking guy with the red jacket and the ruffles.
Mr. Edgeworth?
But
That sort of arrangement would be entirely too troublesome for me.
that's what he said to me. What did I ever do to deserve that?
So did something happen?
I don't have all the details, but it looks like another one of those incidents happened again.
An incident? Like a murder kind of incident?
Maybe. You see, I'm a bit of a devilish woman. So whenever I go, showers of blood are sure to follow. Bet you didn't know that.
Then shouldn't you quit being a security guard, and at least for the sake of other people's sake?
Silence! Whippersnapper!
Nick? Hey,
What is it? I don't like that devilish smile playing on your lips.
let's make like we're going to the bathroom and check things out.
No way, the police told us not to go anywhere, remember?
Huh? How boring! You're such a boring guy. You've got no motivation, no spirit. Huh? Where? What? Huh? What? What's going on? Are you giving Mystic Maya some trouble again, Mr. Nick?
Not you too, Pearls. Please don't stick your little nose into this one.
listen to this, Pearly. This one time at lawyer camp, Nick.
Okay, I get it. Let's go and take a look.
Hey, I knew you couldn't say no to me, Nick. That's right. You'd walk over miles of hot coal for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you, Mr. Nick?
And that would be every time we work a case together.
Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go already. You can come too. You can come along too, Pearly. Oh, goody! I get to come.
I guess we're going to the hall. There's nothing really out of the ordinary here.
Are you looking for an incident? Not the deal Lady was talking about?
Doesn't look like it happened here. Doesn't look like it happened here. Well, we'd better go look somewhere else.
All right, then let's try.
Excuse me? Are you by chance Miss Maya Fey?
Yeah. That's me.
You have a phone call waiting for you at the front desk.
A call? I wonder if it's someone from Korean Village. What's wrong, Mystic Maya? Oh, nothing. You guys go on ahead and I'll be right over there, okay? Okay.
All right, this way, Miss Fey.
Let's go look somewhere else, Mr. Nick.
Yeah, okay.
This is a little exciting and a little scary.
There's nothing new here, right? They haven't cleaned up the food yet. There's a sad feeling hanging in the air now over the party.
So, that's called a chandelier, right?
Yep.
What's that for? What does it do?
Well, it's for lining up a room, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, can I look down now? My neck hurts.
Why wouldn't you be able to look down? They haven't cleaned up the food just yet. The award ceremony was held on that stage. It was really fabulous.
You just reminded me of the circus for a second. I wonder if everyone's alright.
I heard that very big circus just recently started holding performances again. I'm sure they're all fine, Pearls. Let's go. But I told you. I get people the info they want, which means that I've got a right to know. Nope, don't care who you are, pal. We're still investigating, so you can't go in. What's your problem? Just you wait.
Just
I'm trying to figure out who's who. They're not giving me anything.
Just you wait. It'll be all over the paper, and it'll be all.
Just you wait. It'll be all over the morning paper.
Scuffy detective secret scandal repealed. You'll see. I'll get you back.
Oh wait, this isn't.
sound pretty serious.
That southern accent can only mean... Yeah, I had it wrong. Hey, Wright! Hey, Lotta.
Come on, do a gal a favor and tell this cop I'm just doing my job. I got rights.
You!
Detective Gumshoe.
Hey, pal. Hey, help a guy out. Tell her that only the police are allowed in here. This is a scene of a murder, so she should leave this to us pros.
A murder?
I shoot. Me, my big mouth.
See, I knew it. My gut instinct told me so. I always trust my gut. A murder, it said. And that's what it is. A genuine murder.
Hey. Wait.
Be home, a murder of a big star, no less.
Oh, man. I'm in trouble now.
See what you done did, Gumshoe? So, Detective Gumshoe, a murder?
No, that's not it. I got my facts mixed up for a second there, pal.
Mr. Nick? Is the dead person the nickel samurai?
Huh? Why do you ask?
Mystic Maya was rooting for him, so...
It wasn't the Nickel Samurai that got bumped. Actually, the Nickel Samurai is the one under suspicion of doing the bumping off.
What?
The guy that died from this hero named... The guy that died was this hero named the Jammin' Ninja, pal.
The Jammin' Ninja? Not a heart.
That woman with the bad, puffy hair that looks like cotton candy.
You mean Lotta?
That woman, she was there that time too, right?
That time?
And Mystic Maya did that channeling.
Oh, that time. Well, Lotta's a journalist, so that's why she was there.
No, it's...
It looks like she was hanging around here before the murder happened.
Hanging around?
Yeah, hiding in wait in front of the Jammin' Ninja's door, pal.
But why would she?
She wouldn't tell me, pal. Just said something about getting my big scoop.
Scoop? That's sort of new. What sort of news could she be after? So the victim was the Jammin' Ninja.
He was on the really popular TV show, The Nickel Samurai.
Oh,
The victim was the action star Juan Carita. He got a huge push and rode the express train to stardom. I mean, even I know who he is.
Yeah, even I recognize his face.
But I heard lately that Matt Ngarde's been taking the wind out of his sail. I'm telling you, pal, as far as who is popular, those two are hogging all the limelight.
I guess there's no space for Mr. Powers at all, huh? Poor guy.
Mr. Ngarde, that's the Nickel Samurai, right?
Yep, I mean, no. You've got to say it with more oomph. The Nickel Samurai.
Anyway, so now that Juan Corrida's gone, that means Mr. Angardi has the whole stage to himself? Wouldn't you say?
I wouldn't bet on it, pal. We can't have that happen, you know?
Can't have that happen? What's that supposed to mean? I wonder. Let's see. Have you seen my badge lately, detective? Would you take a look at this for me?
Listen, pal. I'm not leaking any info about the evidence to you this time. If I do, my salary's gonna get it. And then I won't even be able to get those instant noodles down at the discount market.
Alright, well, there's nothing else to talk to you. Can I present maybe this? No, I'm not gonna... Okay. Anything about the Nickel Samurai? Okay, then let's get going. Actually, maybe you can tell me a little bit about the people. Tell me about Mr. Angardi.
The Nickel Samurai! He was really... The Nickel Samurai! He really took the Grand Prix tonight.
Maya's a big fan of his.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry then.
Why are you sorry?
Matt Angardi was arrested, pal. On suspicion of murdering Juan Corrida.
Huh?
I'm not a real fan of action shows or anything, but I know who Juan Corrida and Matt Angardi are.
You can't talk about one without talking about the other, I guess.
They even debuted around the same time. So they have a real fiery rivalry with each other. Kinda like you and me, pal.
I never knew he thought of me as his rival. What do you know about Pearly, detective? Do you know this person?
You meet a lot of people as a detective, pal. So we make extra sure that not to forget people just because that's our job. Now, having said that, I don't remember seeing this person before.
She's in front of you.
Which means you're kind of forgetful, aren't you, Mr. Detective?
That's not what it means. Not exactly, anyway.
It's literally Pearls, and she just talked to you.
That girl is number 3 on my people I've seen a lot of lately list.
Oh, then who's number 1?
As if you need to ask. It's you, pal.
So who's number 2?
Maya Fey. But it looks like she's not around this time.
It must be nice to be such good friends with each other, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
Somehow, I don't think that's the real meaning of Detective Gumshoe's list. Okay, you don't remember them. You don't remember her. Do you remember Maya?
I was really shocked by what happened in that one case. I didn't know she had such an awesome power.
Awesome power?
I thought maybe I should do some self-improvement and take up a hobby. So I went out and bought some morning glory seeds and planted them, pal.
That's a good way of improving yourself.
Well, it's nothing really.
Let's go. Hey, Instacakes, good to see you. Where else is there to go? Where's Maya? It's taking a while. She'd be taking a while.
It's a feast fit for a king.
Yeah.
It was the first time I ate that food. What was it called again? I think it started with kiwi?
That's right, a kiwi.
I don't know what to say. It's a sweet but sour fruit all in one.
Poor Pearls, having eaten only vegetables all her life. She's been missing out. I don't know. I don't know where to go. All the way. Examine. Compared to the flowers on the other side, Come on, Corrida. Mr. Angarde. I guess I can go to the lobby and examine there. I haven't examined there. It's a stage for the post-ceremony stage show.
There was supposed to be a press meeting after the show, but now it looks like no one will hear what the Nickel Samurai had to confess after all.
Seats for the spectators in the post-ceremony show at the press conference, but it's too bad neither event is going to be held now. These cameras must belong to the press that came to cover the conference. They're all basically doing the same thing, staring at an empty stage. The stage for the post... These cameras... The lobby with the grand staircase feels enormous, but right now the only thing filling the enormous room is anxiety about the murder. I really hope nothing else bad happens here. What do you know about Matt Ungarde? Nothing? You're so useful. How about... No? Have you seen Lotta? Have you seen the detective? Nope. Okay. Well then, let's move on. Something I'm missing here, maybe? Nothing here. Over at the hallway. Bum, 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 bum. Can I present this to you, detective? Gosh dang it, nobody wants to say things. What about this? I don't know. Examine. Has to be something I need to examine somewhere. There's a piece of paper taped on the door that says Matt Ungarde. I've heard that name before. Oh yeah, Maya's always yammering about how so Spanish she is. There's a piece of paper taped on the door, Juan Corrida. There's a piece of paper taped on the door. I touched the teddy bear. And can understand his flowers. Compared to the flowers on the other side. To Mr. Angarde Global Studios. And feast. It's a wonderful feast. And cleaned up. Really fabulous. There's a grand set of doors. It's the doors Maya followed the bellboy out of. Chandelier. Alright, well. You've seen my badge. Oh. Do you know anything about these guys? We already tried this, didn't we? Anything about yourself? Her age is question mark, obviously. Am I supposed to... What am I supposed to examine? I don't see anything strange. There's only 3 places to go to. Where's Maya? Detective, where's Maya?
I look good. I think I've lost some weight, pal.
It's only wishful thinking.
Wishful thinking, huh? In that case, I wishfully think I've lost some weight.
I wishfully think he might face the facts one day.
Lately, I've been on an instant noodle only diet, pal.
He's not telling me anything, and I don't see anything to look at. Compared to the flowers, the city record comes carrying flowers, I think this comes in compared to plants, blah 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 blah. Need to mention unguarded, there's global studios, blah blah blah. There's toilets in each other, the bathroom is staying here as well, perfect for people who can't find a fourth place. Compared to the flowers, blah 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 blah. I can't understand flowers, but what's stuff there? What's doing here? It sounds like the teddy bears? Nah, it can't be. And show the badge to everyone? Yes, I showed the badge to everyone. Badge him again. Pretty much presented everything to everyone by now. I presented everybody to everybody, and I presented everything I have to everybody. Yep. I don't see anything. These cameras. These cameras. Spectators. Alright, chat. What do I do, chat? It seems like it's gonna be something really arbitrary and just award ceremony. As long as the enemy don't leave it out. I don't remember ever getting stuck on this part. This sure is one luxurious hotel. Almost to the point of gaudy in how it blends together. Everything fancy. Everything together. Almost to the point of gaudy with how it blends together everything fancy imaginable. Speaking of fancy, didn't that bellboy give me something like that last year? Speaking of fancy. Arrested! Gosh dang it. It would be that. Why was Mr. Ungardy arrested?
Sorry, pal, but that's not something I can tell you. We just started the investigation, so we don't want any leaks.
Looks like yet another Steel Samurai hero is in hot water.
Mr. Nick, if Maya knew about this.
Yeah, I know. She'd make me take the case, I know. And that was literally it. I keep going backwards.
And magically, the story progresses after you talk to Gumshoe.
Hey, so what's going on, Mr. Wright?
It looks like Juan Corrida has been killed.
What? Juan, he's...
It looks like he was murdered, and a suspect was arrested. That suspect is Mr. Matt Ungarde.
You're joking, right?
Nope. They arrested the Nickel Samurai on suspicion of murdering the Jammin Ninja.
Oh, not again. I feel sick.
Again?
About a year ago, something just like this happened, Pearls.
I still can't believe. No way. No way Matt would.
What's Mr. Powers got in his hand?
Oh, before I forget, this is for you, Mr. Wright. I got this from the bellboy that came by earlier.
For me, but why?
I don't know. All he said was it was for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney.
Originally from the bellboy can transmit and receive signals over great distance.
It was almost right after you guys left. An old man who's a bellboy and he's in this hotel showed up.
And that's when he told you to give this to me?
Yeah.
Why? Why give me this transceiver? Matt and Juan.
Man is the most energetic and active actor out there right now.
The Nickel Samurai really seals his place as a pop idol, but
He keeps adding fuel to the fire of his rivalry with Juan. Or anyway,
Mr. Juan? He's a Jammin Ninja, right?
those two would butt heads over everything they could think of. But I'd say that Matt was the one who almost always came out on top.
I guess some people only know how to relate to others by butting heads like a ram.
Juan said that he'd take Matt on this time too, so he joined the rival TV show.
That's the Jammin Ninja?
The stylish nickel samurai and the birding Jammin Ninja. Well, things turned messy real fast with those to using their shows for their war. And the final tally, look around, it's pretty obvious how things ended up.
Matt even won the Grand Prix this year. The final win over his rival, I guess. Mr. Angardi was going to hold a press conference, wasn't he?
That's what I heard. Though, if you wanted to get technical about it, it was the Nickel Samurai's conference.
The Nickel Samurais?
Yeah, he was supposed to wear his costume and give the press conference that way.
He was going to be in costume, but why?
I'm not sure. They don't keep me in the loop anymore.
I was just wondering, where's Mystic Maya? She's been gone a long time.
Now that she mentions it, Maya was only going to answer a phone call.
Maybe she got lost? I'll take a quick look around for her.
Ah,
What is it, Mr. Nick?
I'm not sure. It's coming from the transceiver. Yes, hello, right here.
Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney?
And you are?
You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning with, such as...
Help! Nick! Mystic Maya!
Maya?
So, Mr. Wright, wouldn't you agree that the more important issue is the face of the girl? The fate of the girl?
Her fate. Does he mean what I think he means? Maya! Where are you? Are you hurt?
Come now, don't fall apart on me.
This can't be.
Now that I have your attention, Mr. Attorney, I have a modest proposal for you. If you do what I require, then I will return to you your valuable item unharmed. What is this called again in your fancy lawyer's terms?
Kidnapping for ransom.
Yes, that's it. This is a kidnapping.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
My sight. Everything's fading away. Maya's been kidnapped!
Are you there? Mr. Attorney, are you there?
How much? How much do you want?
Very good, Mr. Attorney. I'm glad you have such a good grasp of the situation.
Hurry up and state your conditions and then return Maya.
Money is not what I seek.
What?
What I want is a certain verdict. I would like a complete acquittal.
Complete acquittal? What in the world have you done to need...
I am not the person you are representing.
What?
You are currently at the Gate Wander Hotel, are you not? I know you are that a murder has just taken place there.
Juan Carrera was killed and the suspect is Matt Angarde.
You are, as expected, quite on top of things, Mr. Attorney. Now then, what I want is very simple. I want you to attain a complete acquittal for Matt on guard.
But Matt on guard, but why?
He did not kill anyone. I can attest to that. However,
However what?
However, someone is framing him for the murder. A very smart someone who is setting him up to take the fall.
If I agree and do what he wants, can I believe he'll keep his end of the bargain?
You are, of course, at liberty to take me at my word or not. However, there is one thing you can take as fact. Right now, your very precious item is with me, in my possession.
Maya!
You have 2 days. Of course, tonight, he will be in questioning with the police. But the trial is in 2 days. At that trial, you will win a not guilty verdict. Remember, you only have one chance. One chance, Mr. Attorney.
But one? You expect me to get a not guilty in one trial day?
Yes, exactly. I don't believe I was wrong in choosing you. So don't let me down. Oh, yes, that's right. Now that I am playing the role of the kidnapper, I can't pass this chance to say, and don't even think about calling the cops. Not great, but you get the idea.
Damn it! Who the hell are you?
Very well. I'll tell you that much. My name is the Killer.
Mr. Nick, where's Mystic Maya?
She's been kidnapped.
It's all my fault. If only I had gone with Mystic Maya.
It's not your fault, Pearls.
But it is. It is. Mystic
Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright. I think we should tell the police what's going on.
No, we can't do that. If we do, who knows what will happen to Maya?
Mr. Nick! What about the device you saw earlier?
Detective Gumshoe.
The detective you saw earlier!
Yes, that's right. Wait here, and I'll be right back.
All right. I'll take care of Pearls while you're away.
What? Ransom?
Shh! Not so loud. The ransom is complete acquittal for Matt on guard.
Wait, the deal is to complete acquittal in exchange for Maya, you mean? Then that means Matt on guard is obviously the killer, pal. No doubt about it.
But the guy said the Mr. on guard is innocent.
You really believe what the kidnapper tells you, pal?
I guess he has a point. If Unguarded really is innocent, then why the kidnapping?
And on top of everything else, there's all this evidence we keep finding.
Huh?
The forensics team is having a field day back there. But it's strange, there's not much evidence that it feels like someone's wrong.
There's too much evidence? Is that possible? Actually, didn't the kidnapper say something about Angardi being set up?
Anyway, looks like you won't be able to be living here tonight, pal. Just sit tight and cooperate with the investigation. Tomorrow you can start yours.
Alright. Isn't there another way?
We've also got to be careful about pushing the kidnapper the wrong way.
You're right.
Oh, my head.
But where am I?
I wonder if I'm still in that hotel. What happened to me? Nick? Pearly? Come on. You guys, this isn't funny anymore.
I see you have awoken.
Who are you?
Me? I am known as the killer.
The killer? You mean you're an assassin? I'm too young to die.
Don't worry. You are not my target. For now, anyway.
Nick, where are you? Help me.
Oh, that's right. Only one person can save you now, and that is Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Huh? Nick's going to save me?
Calm down and be a good girl. Think of this as a business transaction.
A business transaction?
I'm going to contact him now. I hope you'll cooperate and play your assigned role well.
Nick? What's going to happen to me? Nick? Pearly? Sis?
Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney? You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself with, such as...
Good morning!
Good morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick! Come on! Let's hurry and go see Mr. Ungard.
We have to wait a bit, Pearls. Visiting hours don't start until 9 a.m., so...
Oh, I see. Mr. Maya, if only I'd gone with you.
Poor Pearls. She's been like this since last night. We managed to get home somehow yesterday evening, thanks to Detective Gumshoe gently holding her by the hand and leading her here. But by the looks of it, I don't think Pearls got any sleep at all last night.
Mr. Nick! Missy Maya! She's alright, right?
Yeah, she's alright. Either way, I'm going to save her. You can trust me on that.
Please, help her.
I'm only able to stay this calm and collected because Pearls is doing the crying for the both of us.
I have a thought.
Hmm?
You're going to represent Mr. Ungarde, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't really seem to have a choice.
What if he is the real murderer? What would you do then, Mr. Nick? Would you fight to get a guilty for a murder to save Mystic Maya?
Pearls. Let's not talk. Let's talk to Mr. Unguarded first, okay? We can think all the bad things we want, but it doesn't change a thing.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I can't stop thinking about it.
Pearls, you're really worried about Maya, aren't you?
I don't have anyone else left in this world.
What do you mean?
My family's all gone.
Your family?
My father. He left my mother and the village behind and went away.
I'm sorry.
And my mother. She did that thing. All for me. She did that thing. All for me. Mystic Maya? She's like a sister to me. She's all I have left in this world.
Have you seen my badge lately, Pearly? Pearls? She looks out of it. Maybe I should leave her alone. Wait, let me examine the room right quick. No matter where I look in this familiar place I call my office. No, I can't let my mind wander now. I don't have the time. I've got to get going on this case. He's not gonna say anything else. Alright, let's go to the detention center. March 21st, 8:57 a.m. Detention Center, Visitors Room. We couldn't wait for visiting hours to start, so Pearls and I came down here early to visit one nickel samurai charged with the murder of the Jammin Ninja. Sure did come there early, 3 minutes early. Good morning. How are you today? I know this situation might be a little tough for you. Where... Oh, sorry, dude. I already signed up. Excuse me? I already have life insurance. I signed up a long time ago because my job is, you know. Oh, no. I'm not an insurance salesman. Oh, really? Dude, I really don't need that right now either. Fire extinguishers? I mean, this building isn't my house, so... No. We're not here to sell you fire extinguishers either. I'm a lawyer. My name is Phoenix Wright. A lawyer? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my manager, okay?
The Nickel Samurai sure is a strange person, isn't he?
I think strange is an understatement. Sorry about that. You're just in time. Huh? You're a lawyer, dude, right? My manager is looking for a good one right now, so how about it?
Mr. Nick, this is our chance.
I have to make him let me take his case. I have to. Let's see. Talk to Matt. Sorry to intrude, but I would like to ask you a few personal questions. That's okay. But dude, my autobiography's coming out so soon. So, if I say stuff without the publisher's approval, well then I'm gonna be in real hot water. Hold on a sec, I'm gonna ask my publisher, okay?
Mr. Gardy is so lucky. He has so many people he can talk to.
I don't know if he actually has anyone he can really talk to. Sorry about that. Like, I thought the publisher said it'd be real bad if I said anything, dude. Does he have a mind of his own? Mr. Ungardi, I would like to ask you about the murder. Oh, are you covering this for a tabloid? Say, as a side job, dude? Well, if you want my statement on this, you should ask through my staff. No, I'm not asking on behalf of the tabloid. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask the president of the studio, okay?
Is he alright, Mr. Nick?
If we were talking about Mr. Ungardi's brain here, I wouldn't put my money on it. Sorry about that. The studio's president said, even Neil Fuji itself knows that I'm not the murderer.
Mr. Nick? What's Fuji?
It's a mountain in the city of Neo Tokyo, the city the Nickel Samurai protects. How do you know that? You don't watch the show. Look at my badge! Mr. Ungardi, this is my attorney's badge. Dude, I'm sorry, but I don't have the free time to be looking at things like that. Huh? I'm much too busy with the Nickel Samurai stuff right now. I didn't even have time to take a lawyer's correspondence course. Why does he believe I'm a salesman? Insurance extinguisher. Now this? Do you know anything about this transceiver?
Mr. Nick, well, what are you going to do with that?
I don't know yet, but I figured I could at least show it to him. Is that a transceiver? Hey, it looks like a real nice one too. I got it as a present from someone. Interesting. I've also been instructed to take your case. Is that what you heard from the transceiver? Yes. Dude, that's terrible. Don't let someone disembodied voice boss you around. This is coming from a man with a cell phone on his wrist. What's that? It's a ticket for the press conference. You were going to give one after winning the Grand Prix, right? Huh? Me? Yes, well, you were in costume, no less. I never heard anything like that, dude. I only heard about the stage show. I always leave that kind of stuff to my manager. He didn't know? That's odd. Well, dude, I think it's about time for me to get going. Please, wait. I really need to take your case. There's always other people in need of a lawyer, right? Want me to introduce you to a few?
Please, let Mr. Nick represent you.
Man, how mad lawyers these days. Now, you dudes use kids to pull in clients too? If you don't take my case as a lawyer, then the killer is going to... Wait. What did you just say? The killer. The killer? What's he doing? He looks like he's mulling over something. Alright, dude. I accept your terms. Huh? I'll let you represent me in the court.
We did it! We did it, Mr. Nick!
Yeah. I don't feel any better for it, and he doesn't look too happy either. Go ahead, ask me anything. I'll help you out as much as I can. Oh, so now he'll talk to me. Man on Gardy. Man, I'm lucky, thank my lucky stars that people know my name. Well, you're quite a hero, and you were in the national spotlight.
I didn't know who he was. Does that mean I'm not a good citizen?
It's really great to be the Nickel Samurai. Dude, lately, I just keep on getting more and more popular. True enough. The Nickel Samurai is very popular among high schoolers and secretaries right now. I guess Mr. Ungardi has a way of catching the eyes of women. Do you know my motto? Refreshing like a spring breeze. That's what I am.
A spring breeze?
That's why this kind of scandal is disastrous, dude. I mean, even if I get out of here tomorrow, it's still gonna look bad. But everyone loves a good scandal. Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took a break and went back to my room. I had that post-ceremony stage show to do, so I was in my Nickel Samurai costume. And you were alone the entire time? And my manager was running around being busy, so yeah. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show? I told you, dude. I have no idea about any press conference, alright? That's strange. I thought the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's when I noticed that it was kind of nosy. Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time? Yeah, that's what I gathered anyway from my manager. I'm beginning to gather that this guy can't do anything on his own. And that's when the detective in the green coat showed up. He searched me, and then, out of the blue, the dude arrested me. Oops, wrong button. What about the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida? That's got nothing to do with anything, dude. Man, with a face like his, you can even tell he's the same age as me. He wanted to try and make the Jammin' Ninja movie, even though we all knew it'd fail. The Nickel Samurai still won in the end, right? Yeah, I took the Grand Prix by storm. That's why would I, the winner have any reason to kill the guy anyway? Dude, you're like, it'd be the other way around, you know? Do you know why you were arrested? I guess maybe my full body search went badly. Did they find something on you? They found a button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. A button? I didn't get it either. It was caught in the pleats of my samurai pants, or hakama. Dude, I really think someone planted it there though. I'm serious. I wonder if that's what really happened. I guess this is about all I'm going to get out of him.
Mr. Nick,
Yeah?
let's ask one last thing. Let's test Mr. Unguarded to see if he's really innocent or not.
We can do that?
Yes. If you use this,
Maya's Magatama.
he won't be able to hide any secrets from you, Mr. Nick. I'm sure of it.
I get it. Mr. Unguarded, I'd like to ask you one more question. Please answer me honestly. What is it, dude? Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrida? Please put the phone away and answer the question yourself. Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corrida, okay?
Huh, Mr. Nick?
Nothing. Not a chain or lock in sight.
Which means it's alright to trust him.
Yeah, it does appear that way. Well, at least I can breathe a sigh of relief knowing the client's innocent. That trial tomorrow, right? The trial's tomorrow, right? I'm counting on you, dude. To be continued. Thank you guys for joining me today. We're gonna take a quick break now. But before we go on, I want to thank those of you that have followed. I can't really say thank you for following while we're doing this, but there's a few people that followed. We have Light the Hope 576, Stasis King, Dragon Blue Spitfire, and Hara Se. I think that's how you say it. But that's Sarah backwards, which yeah, I actually follow her. And she came by. She whispered, you guys should give her a little follow and say hi to her whenever she streams. She's swell and funny. I enjoy watching her. But I'm gonna be right back in about 2 to 3 minutes or so. So enjoy your break. Not back just yet, but if you guys would support the stream in any way you can click that link right there, and you'll support us in the stream. Get more people in here and stuff and things so you can enjoy the game together. Anyways, be right back. Alright, chat. Hope everybody's back. Hope you guys have enjoyed your break. We're gonna continue with this next day. I think, I don't know if it's even the first day of trial. It might be the first day of trial. Hopefully it is. I enjoy the trial parts a lot more than everything else in this game. In most of the games. And I'm not too big of a fan of the investigation parts, to be honest, but let's go on. I think it's another investigation day. Dang it. Well, at least we were able to get Mr. Matt Ungardi as our client. Now we know that he didn't do it, which is very important.
So now what should we do?
Well, the trial's tomorrow, so we can only get this one chance. There's only one way to prove Mr. Ungardi's innocence. We have to find the real killer.
Okay, let's start looking.
What to do? Since there were no Psylocks, then that means we can trust Mr. Unguarded to be innocent.
I really feel much better knowing that. Ever since last night, I was so worried that I kept wondering, what if he's the real killer? But then...
Her voice is so hard to do. Hey, I have something I want to ask you, Pearls.
Okay, what is it?
Why are you so interested in how Maya and I get along? I mean, she and I don't have anything special
Huh? What do you mean? But I thought you and Mystic Maya were... I've been mistaken all this time? No way.
She really wasn't kidding. Pearls actually believes Maya and I are... Maybe I should have just left it alone.
Mr. Nick, stop it! Don't hide your true feelings from me!
Oh, she slapped me. Alright, she's just repeating the same thing she always says when she doesn't know something. What do you know about Maya?
Mystic Maya, I wonder if you're alright.
I'm sure she's okay. We have to be patient for just one more day. I'm sure we can save her, trust me.
If there's anything I can do, please tell me, okay?
Yeah. Let's go. There's nothing at the detention center, I wouldn't think. I don't think he would be here. Oh, he is. The lawyer dude said, what did you find out? Well, I'm still in the middle of investigating. Oh, I see. But I've already told you everything I know, dude. What happened? Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took my break. I went back to my room. I had that post-ceremony stage show to do. So I was in my nickel samurai costume. And you were alone the entire time? My manager was running around, being busy, so yeah. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show, I told you, dude. I have no idea what the press conference is about, right? That's strange. I thought the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's when I noticed it was kind of noisy. Miss Kurita was already dead at the time. We already read all this. We literally read this before. Let's just leave. Gone. He's dumb, and he's a dumb guy. He's dumb. Let's go. To the hotel.
Hey! What do you think you're doing? You can't come in without...
Good morning!
Hold on! It's you! What are you going on around? What's going on around here? I heard poor Juan was killed, is that true? It's a bad rerun, is what it is. Another steel samurai doing the most evil of deeds.
You know, that's not entirely...
You have to know that I was a huge fan of Juan's. Why? Oh, why? Do all the stars I'm interested in drop one by one like flies? It's always been that way. Comes from young and died, and then the Queen Reaper when he was dubbed as me, whoever is the name of the minute we ran.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about the murder, then what happened?
Don't push me, boy.
Mr. Nick? I couldn't hear everything she said because she was talking too fast.
Don't worry, I couldn't read everything she said because she was talking too fast. Miss Olbag, Could you please speak a little slower?
Don't boss me around, you little spiky haired smarty pants!
The victim.
My dear Hammer died a year ago in that dreadful murder. Only recently did I finally find a story that makes this heart go ba-dump again.
I don't know what to say.
I'll ask you, why did every star I cheer on always end up kicking the bucket? I'd watch your words. No one's going to get away with saying anything bad about my Juan.
But I haven't said anything.
Well, I don't believe a word that woman says anyway.
Huh? What woman?
That irritating backwater girl with the afro and the horrible country accent. I mean, what is this manner of speaking supposed to be? And why doesn't she never stop? Honestly, women these days, they don't know anything of the alphabet and the beautiful, even if the field beautiful and followers of beautiful the poem.
Pearls, are you thirsty?
A little.
Okay, I'll go get you some juice or something.
Thank you very much. Hey, are you paying attention, youngins today?
So, I'm guessing Miss Oldbag heard everything from Lotta. I want to ask you about what happened around the time of the murder.
I don't know anything about that. I was here getting ready.
Getting ready? For what?
The show, of course. Well, and the press conference afterwards.
Cue mysterious music for the magical press conference.
Anyway, I don't know anything about the murder.
I see.
But if you're talking about what I saw, that's different. I saw it very clearly. What? I saw the most important moment of that night.
What you witnessed. The most important moment? What do you mean?
Oh, you know. So now you treat me with respect, you disrespectful child. When you speak to your elders, you should always be polite. Really, kids these days today.
Please tell me, what did you see? Why? Oh.
The murder last night was gruesome, wasn't it? But then, what murder isn't?
Please don't stray onto another tangent. Please.
If you want to hear more, then show your respect and bring this lady a present.
I'll go get you a teddy bear. Oh, you want some food? It's like a day old. It's been sitting here. We also got some champagne. Very expensive. Not for me. Looks like the investigation is in full swing. The hotel staff and the police are running around like a bunch of headless chickens.
I wonder if we can do any investigating of our own in this kind of atmosphere.
Well, gotta roll up the sleeves and try, I guess. Let's examine around right quick. Just right quick. They haven't cleaned up at the food. They haven't cleaned up at all. They haven't cleaned up all the food yet. There's a sad feeling hanging in the air now that the party's over. And this is all the same thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's all same conversation. Alright. Hotel. The hallway. Hey, you're here! Been waiting for you, Mr. Lawyer. Lotta. Hey, Mr. Cop fella, the thief showed his face. But what? Arrest him! Put him on trial, find him guilty! Give him the death penalty! But what's wrong, Lotta? Are you feeling alright? Look here, and there, and up and down the mountain, but it ain't here. So why don't you just hurry up and give it back to me, you creep?
What are you looking for?
My camera! Camera! It's my life's blood. I'm gonna die without my $700 camera. Your camera? Look, don't lots of people say the criminals always go back to the scene of the crime? And looky, here you are. Yep, I'm here, faced with a lot of trouble.
Huh?
Just thinking, Lotta. Your camera, what happened to it? So you lost your camera? It ain't no ordinary camera. You buy it in the store and it's 1,600 brand new.
Huh? But didn't you just say you bought it for 700?
I had a nice long talk with the guy at the store. About 5 hours, I reckon. I made this itty bitty scratch on it and the manager got all huffed up in the face. He gave me his talking to and was real mean about it too. He done made me cry at that.
When did you lose your camera?
Last night, after the murder happened, must have been when I was busy running around looking into things. That's when I lost sight of my dear darling expensive sweetie. Lana, what did you capture with that expensive camera of yours? I don't rightly know. I snapped a shot of anything that caught my eye. So I don't remember. And besides, I couldn't get anything for my big scoop. I wonder if Lana's missing camera is even connected to the murder. Was camera added to the court records? See what it says about it. A very expensive item valued at 1,600. It was stolen around the time of the murder. What happened? Lana, please tell me what you know about what happened at the time of the murder. Well, from before the ceremony last night, I was hanging around here in this area. Yeah, actually, I was here until around the time Mr. Unguarded was arrested. And what were you doing here? You sure you went to school, city boy? Whenever a lot of heart goes, there's a big story to be found, a big scoop to be had. A big scoop? I told you before, I'm gonna be the best tabloid photographer the world's ever seen. Reckon, of course, that means I'm always looking for a perfect shot. I wonder what scoop she was after this time. Although I was also on the lookout for the other stars that were here. So maybe I wasn't here the entire time. Lotta, are you sure you weren't here the entire time? So you could take a picture for your big scoop? Well, maybe I was, but that's just real journal. That's what real journalists do. I got some juicy inside info. I thought to myself, why not get a picture for proof? What kind of story was it that you would hang around here? Gosh dang it. Oops, sorry, Mr. Lawyer. Can't be telling you the trade secrets, you know? Not again. Why does everyone have something to hide?
We've been stopped, haven't we?
Yeah, take that, Mr. Lawyer. I'm glad someone around here is happy. Miss Lotta and your eye rule smile. So tell me what you know. This old granny, She kept on glaring at me with those eyes of her as if it was my fault. Kept blabbering how she won't forgive people who write trash about her whine. Joanne. I'm gonna say Joanne for her, because I feel like she's somebody that would say it like that. Yeah, we sorta got into a little fight, you know? A little fight? Knowing those two is probably more of a blabbering contest. I don't really care for them heroes or whatnot.
Oh, I see.
And shows they got the kids, those adventures are just plain old boring. Now, adults, we get more caught up in messy, sticky situations. Even me.
Oh,
Sounds like your tag's getting what I'm going with this. Wait a sec, don't go around getting her mixed up with things like that. This kind of hairstyle is pretty hard to get, you know. Hard to care for, too. Just the other day, I ran my hand through my hair to fix it up, and suddenly, out pops out a dollar coin. That's gotta be like hitting the jackpot.
oh, that's really lucky.
What a deep conversation that was. Do you know anything? I've told you how many times now I'm a journalist. I've got so much info running around the labs in my head I forget things are here and there.
Please don't get so worked up over this.
Ha! I don't care if you beg me. Be extra tough on kids. That's this gal's motto of learning youngsters. Anything about the detective? No? Okay. Anything I can examine? Yeah, that's what I thought too. It was nice enough Gal had lending a helping hand. Secretly, of course. I have a feeling one of these days I'm gonna end up defending her in court. Teddy bear? I can understand the flowers in the room and the dressing room, but what's the stuffed bear doing here? I didn't touch him. I wasn't me. I tell you, I give you my word. Why do I get the impression Alana helped herself to one of them? It's Mr. Angardi from Global Studios. I was nice as lawyer. With a piece of paper.
So Mr. Angardi was in here during the break, right?
That's what he claims. The crime scene. If we had wanted to get to Mr. Corrida's room, he would have had to pass through the hallway. So that's the scene of the murder, I reckon. I thought someone had gone on, something had gone on that night. But I didn't never think it was a murder. Did not never think. Alright, can we move inside these rooms yet? Yeah, we can. Angardi's room.
Where are we?
We're in Mr. Matt Angardi's dressing room. This is our client's room. May I help you with something? Oh, her. Oh. May I help you with something? We'll see.
Mr. Ungarde's lawyer, correct? I gathered as much. I also looked for lawyers on my end, but to no avail.
How did you know I'm his lawyer?
You were just saying that he was your client. In a situation like this, the only person who would use such a word would be his lawyer. Wow! It's a simple deduction, really. It's a simple deduction, really. The trial is tomorrow, and Mr. Ungarde's situation is looking rather grim. So you came here, one stop in your mad dash, to find clues to build his case, correct?
Well, you're not totally right, but you're not totally off either.
It's really not the time to be showing off, Mr. Nick. I am Adrian Andrews. I hate to waste time, so let's get down to business.
Alright. She may be a small stature, but appearance can be deceiving. Stature. Night of the murder.
I assume the first thing you need to know is what everyone was doing that night, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Then I will tell you. Before the award ceremony, I had dinner with Mr. Ungarde. In this very room, I might add.
Dinner? What did you eat?
I told you I hate to waste time with trifling details. If you took a look at the table yourself, you wouldn't need to ask me.
I bet she's a lot of fun at parties.
When the award show started, I headed for Viola Hall.
And after the show ended, you came back to this room?
No, I had some small errands to run. I helped with the preparations in the lobby.
Oh, preparations for the post-ceremony show, I guess.
And when it was time for the post-ceremony show, I came back and called Mr. Ungarde. After that, I went in to visit Mr. Corrida.
And that's when you found his body, isn't it?
You really held strong through everything.
Yeah, she does seem to be mentally tough as nails. So, about you and...
Stop right there. You aren't seriously about to ask how Mr. Ungarde and I are related, are you?
Sorry.
I have no idea how he could choose you as his lawyer.
Why did she have to go and say something like that?
Mr. Nick, calm down and hang in there. I'll give you a shoulder rub to relieve your stress later, alright?
Aw.
I already gave you my name earlier, but I'll add that to I'm Mr. Ungarde's manager.
His manager? Speaking of managers, did the victim, Mr. Corrida, have one?
No, he did not.
He didn't?
Global Studios has a very different policy from Worldwide Studios that Worldwide Studios does not assign individual managers to their stars.
I see.
This industry is very ruthless and unforgiving. Actually, you look quite ruthless and unforgiving yourself to your poor partner. And dragging a little girl like her to places like this, honestly. You're wrong. I'm doing this to help Mr. Maya.
Pearls, calm down and hang in there. I'll buy you a juice later, alright? Take a look around. Oh. And then I'll present stuff. Then that card she keeps showing off. Weird bookmark. There's a giant bone sitting on the plate.
I don't really like me.
There's something weird about this plate. I just wish I could put my finger on what it is. Looks like the dish is left over from dinner. A dinner for two, that is.
I'm sure Miss Ungarde, Miss Actress's plate.
Looks like they had T-bone steak. What's with Global Studios and T-bone steaks? Looks like dishes left over. There's some samurai-looking clothes on the sofa here.
I think the jagged-looking thing is called a happy.
Whatever it is, I'm sure something like that would make a great souvenir. Maya would be absolutely thrilled. There's some samurai-looking... same thing. Point that at the sword. It's probably Mr. Ungarde's suitcase. For someone who was only going to be here for the award show, this is a lot of stuff. It looks like he has about 3 days worth of clothing in here.
Stars really are different from us, aren't they?
That's the bedroom over there.
That's a bed? Wow, they have really big beds here.
How do why don't you know about beds? You've been sleeping on the floor. There's some samurai-looking clothes on the sofa here.
I think the jagged-look thing is a happy.
It's the same... Okay. Do you know anything about my badge? I'd like to ask you about this.
I told you, I hate trifling matters. It's a waste of time to show me things that have no relevance to me.
Wow. This is the first time I've been shut down this badly. Do you know anything about this camera? Nope. About this about this... You were the one taking care of the arrangements for the press conference, right?
Yes, that's correct. That's right.
But Mr. Ungarde said he didn't know about it.
Is that what he said?
Huh?
Actually, I didn't know all the details either. It was a request from the public department. All I did was help out and do what was asked.
Oh, I see.
I wonder about that. And I wouldn't take her to be the type of person to do something without knowing the details. Take a look at this. Alright, how about you tell me... Oops, no, you don't know anything about her. Tell me, do you know anything about Mr. Powers?
That is Will Powers. He's an actor contracted with Global Studios. He's a very nice man. A man with a good heart. But that's all he is and will ever be.
What a horrible thing to say.
Society doesn't care about genuinely nice people, Mr. Wright.
Huh? For a second, her face twisted in pain.
I wonder if something happened to Miss Andrews.
Let us go. And what do you know about Matt Ungarde?
I asked to become Mr. Ungarde's manager. He's a pleasure to manage with his nice disposition.
Mr. Ungarde does seem like a rather weak-willed man, always doing as he's told.
He's always saying, my manager, right, Nick?
Did you know the victim, Mr. Corrida?
Yes, I knew him. And the world is such a small place after all.
Did you know about his rivalry with the Tickle Samurai?
Honestly, they were like children when it came to that. Time and time again, those two competed with each other over the most trivial things. If either of them wasn't so stubborn, then maybe no one would have needed to die.
I've got a hunch that this woman knows more than she's letting on. She must know why Juan Corrido was killed. Motive for murder. Do you have any ideas
As to,
why Mr. Corrido was murdered?
why would you ask me me about such a thing?
I'm just doing my job, so do you have any ideas? Why? Miss Andrews?
Sorry, but there's nothing more I have to add to this conversation.
Is it a cycle, Mr. Nick?
Yes, there are getting to be more and more of these lately. Gosh dang it. Gosh darn it. I need to talk to them, see what exactly I need to find out. You know something, don't you? About why Mr. Corrido was murdered?
Why are you asking me? Don't tell me you can see inside my heart.
No, but I can see the locks you have around your psyche.
You can remove her locks.
Yeah, it's worthless to even ask. Oh. Whatever, we'll come back. I'm sure I don't have what I need yet. I'm curious as to what I need for you, though, since it's only 2 locks. Big scoop. Lana, will you please answer my question? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room?
I told you, didn't I? For my scoop.
What I want to know about are the details of the scoop.
That's something I can't tell you. I mean, that's where my bread and butter.
Alright then, an unpleasant tabloid photograph looking for a scoop. I'm going to say you were looking for a scandal. Could it be that you, Lana Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? Perhaps an unfolding scandal between Juan Corrida and this person?
Who the heck is that?
What?
You think this journalists are just a bunch of idiots? You can't fool me. I'm a pro.
What?
What?
How is it not him?
What?
Fine. You jerk.
Oh, really? So, who is this person anyway?
Don't give me that. If you're such a pro, why don't you do your own research and figure it out? Let's try that again, shall we? Could it be that you, Lana Hart, are looking for shoots for Juan Corrida and this person? Well, I don't know. How is it not Matt Mangarde? What? Let's go to this hotel room. That's a lot of bears. And that's a really big one right there.
Mr. Nick, where are we?
This is Mr. Juan Corrida's room, Pearls.
Mr. Corrida?
The victim. Which makes this the crime scene, too.
Oh.
No, it's you. So, what happened? The kidnapper, has he contacted you again?
Not yet. He probably won't until we win Mr. Angarde's acquittal.
You doing okay, pal? hanging in there.
I just want Maya to be alright.
We don't have a lot of time left, but I'm going to help you as much as I can, pal.
Can you do that? Even if we want to look around the crime scene?
Just this one, special circumstances, right, pal? I'll even tell you everything I know, but you gotta keep quiet. It's my neck on the line here.
Thank you.
Oh, that's right. I got you guys a map of the hotel, pal. Here you go, little missy.
Wow, you're giving it to me? Thank you.
You wouldn't want you to get lost in a big hotel too big for its own good.
Mr. Nick, I got a map.
That's great, Pearls.
But Mr. Nick, I can't read what it says.
Pearls. Pearly. Map of the Gatewater Hotel. Someone died in a Phoenix Wright game? That's like somebody dying in an episode of Case Closed. What a twist! Ding 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 ding. The cause of death. Do you know what was the cause of death?
Well, technically, the final autopsy isn't out yet, but one look at the victim should tell you, pal.
It should?
Yeah, here's a picture.
There's a knife in his chest.
Yeah, pal. That's the murder weapon.
So he was stabbed to death? It looks like just the tip of the knife, though. That wouldn't kill somebody.
Now looking at the fingerprints down at the lab right now.
There were fingerprints on the knife?
Yep. And it looks like they were pretty sure they're Miss Ungodly's prints, pal.
That's bad. Real bad. Why was Mr. Ungardi arrested?
Because of the evidence on him.
Evidence?
It looks like the victim, Juan Corrida, had really put up a big fight.
There's a robo-dog there. Yeah, one looks at the crime scene and you can tell. One look at the crime scene and you can tell. Well, there's signs everywhere of a struggle.
Well, yeah, during the fight, his button came off.
Mr. Ungardi says something about a button. Something like one of the Jammin' Ninja's buttons got caught in his hakama.
But that's not all.
What?
There was a witness, pal.
A witness? Who is it?
That lady, Miss Oldbag.
Please, anyone but her.
The prosecution has plenty of evidence to make us our case. Not to mention, there's something around where the victim was that's a little off.
Something that's a little off? As in,
that's for you to figure out, pal.
Alright, let's try to figure it out, Mr. Nick.
why won't you tell us that you were gonna help us out? You jerk.
You look at this photo and you can't help it. It makes you want to say, I can't believe this is the scene of the murder.
Stabbed with a knife after a struggle. A clue is sleeping in this photo somewhere, I know it. Do you know anything about this camera? Wait, that was new dialogue. What do you know about this?
There's nothing special I can tell you about this, pal. Look, pal, we don't have a lot of time. Why don't you show me something more important? If Miss Von Karma saw me here like this, I'd have to switch sides real fast.
I wonder if it's Von Karma. It's going to be my last opponent.
Wow, there's a lot of bears.
1 Cluck, 1's collector edition, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have?
There seems a few in the trash can.
Yeah, I get the feeling maybe he didn't really like bears.
Poor teddies.
It's hard to bear with all these problems. Growl.
I don't think I want to bear with the trauma the last case caused me.
What's wrong, Mr. Nick? It's so messy here.
Pearls really likes things neat and tidy, I take it.
And there's a lot of electronic things in here that I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, tell me what they are, pretty please.
Okay, that over there is a watch. You wear that on your wrist.
I know what a watch is.
Oops, for a second there I forgot I was talking with Pearls, not Maya. Oh wait, we already know. In the suitcase, there's so many things in it that I bet it barely closes. There's his clothes, a dryer, an electric shaver, a calculator.
Do all these pack too much stuff like Mr. Krita? Oh, there's a lot of bears.
Oh, I already read that. There's all sorts of things in the refrigerator.
Its carrot juice bottle and tomato juice bottle are both empty.
Empty? It's much too much of a hassle to throw them away, I guess. They're all vegetable juices. I guess he must have been a real health nut.
Oh, there's a beet, some ketchup, and a bottle of strawberry jam too.
Maybe red was his favorite color? It looks like Mr. Krita had dinner last night.
This bottle, it's tomato juice.
We had a lot of food at the ward show last night, but I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Mr. Krita found his assailant.
What are these bits of glass from?
A flower vase, maybe? There are flowers on the floor, but I don't know what they are.
I don't know much about flowers. Do you, Mr. Nick?
It's a beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice in it.
Yeah, well, tomato juice. I don't really like it much.
It's a bottle. There's a bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where it came from.
Doesn't it seem weird?
What seems weird?
I mean, everything else is scattered all over the floor.
She's right. The flower vase was broken, and the makeup is thrown everywhere.
Why is this glass the only
Why is the glass the only thing alright? Found next to the victim filled with tomato juice. No sign has been drunk. Maybe poured it out after the murder and just hung out.
So that's a pet?
Yep, it's a bed. Big, it's big, but it's a bed.
Ah, Mr. Nick, it's so soft.
Big beds must be a rarity for her. Mr. Detective, what can you tell me about this juice? So about this wine glass.
Ah, so you noticed it, pal. The whole crime scene was in the mess, but this glass was the only thing that was untouched.
You noticed that too, Detective Gumshoe?
No, actually, Miss Von Karma noticed it first.
Yeah, Pearls noticed it before me too. Hey, wait a minute. So, does that mean Ms. Von Karma's here at the hotel?
Yeah, she's around. Man, you're going to be in so much trouble, pal. Especially if she catches you in here.
Well, you can bet the instant I see her, I'll be running a 1,000-meter dash. Okay, well, I can't really... I don't think there's anything else here. What about that Robo-Bear? Doesn't say anything about Robo-Bear. No clues here. That radio... I pointed at the TV, but okay. Lots of bears. About those curtains, nothing. Alright, well, let's get out of here.
Oh, Mr. Wright, how are you?
Mr. Powers. Have you been here the entire time?
Yeah, people connected to the murder aren't allowed to go home, let alone leave.
Glad I didn't do... No, it only needs to be done once. Repeated dialogue doesn't need to be repeated. Do you know anything about wine glasses? Nope. Do you know anything about this? Nope. Anything about this? Nope. About this? Nope. About this?
I can't believe it, a kidnapping.
Do you remember that person looked like who gave you this?
It was that bellboy, and I didn't suspect the thing because he looked like such a normal old man.
Old man, huh? You know anything about her? No.
Hey, that's Miss Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her just for a little bit. Just a little.
So Mr. Powers likes this type of woman. What do you know about Miss Andrews?
Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? But there's sort of a small rumor going around about her right now.
Rumor?
If you're interested, I'd be glad to share what I know.
He's so happy. He looks like a lion that's just found his next meal. First, let's talk about the Nickel Samurai. Can you tell me a little more about the Nickel Samurai TV show?
Okay. The Nickel Samurai is an action hero program aimed towards kids. It's the sequel to the Steel Samurai.
I see.
This time, there was 3 samurai brothers. Aluminum Samurai, Tin Samurai, and of course the Nickel Samurai. It's a Love Y in Neo Tokyo.
I see. Wait. A love what?
Love Y. This girl, Sayo, works at a tea shop, and all 3 guys fall for her at the same time.
Oh, I guess the Y shape is like the 3 brothers colliding over this one girl?
Anyway, Sayo is actually the daughter of the evil Strawberry Clan's leader.
Sounds like an unusual situation, like Romeo and Juliet times 3.
But yeah, strange thing is, this sort of forbidden love story is really big with the office ladies. Yes, Pearl?
What happens next? I want to know. Misayo. Does Misayo fall in love? She does, doesn't she?
Every Sunday at 8 a.m.
I'm going to stop watching Kids Masterpiece Theater starting this week.
I can't believe she's really considering it. Jammin' Ninja. So, what's the Jammin' Ninja TV show like?
It started from a remake of an old movie. To tell you the truth, the Jammin' Ninja, like the samurai show, it is geared towards kids. It's the story of a ninja who can't scale a wall, but became a big pop star anyway.
Why is the Steel Samurai music playing for this Jammin' Ninja? What?
He was a real lousy ninja. Absolutely couldn't do anything ninja things right at all. But boy, could he sing. With his trusty bright red guitar in hand, he took the ancient world by storm.
A ninja with a bright red guitar?
And then the final fight in front of his beloved princess Misola. Jammin' versus the Muromachi 5. Suddenly, our brave hero catches a not-so-jammin' cold the night before Battle 3.
Aw, that's too bad for him.
Yeah, but this kind of pop music-based love story is something high school girls really like. Yes, Pearl?
What happened next? I want to know. The Jammin' Ninja. Maybe he will sing. What about Princess Misula?
Every Sunday at 8 a.m.
Which show should I watch?
I can't believe she's really considering it. Would you mind telling me about this gossip?
Oh, so you are interested in it. I figured you would be.
Yeah.
I have such a weakness for celebrity gossip too.
Oh, really? You too, huh?
Yeah, so take a look at this.
Looks like a tabloid Miss Oldbag would read. Alright, let's see here. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous?
To the mysterious yet beautiful manager, to the stars, Miss A.A. You see now, don't you?
What?
You can stop pretending to be in the dark, Mr. Wright. Juan Carita didn't have a manager of his own, which means we're talking about a certain manager with initials AA.
Adrian Andrews?
Yes, exactly. This is big news.
But it seems kind of odd. That woman, Miss Andrews, together with the biggest rival of her client?
It's that wonderful thing that can only happen between two people.
Mr. Power looks so happy.
Pearls is just following along, not even having any idea as to why he's smiling.
Well, like the saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's treasure.
What? The article from the tabloid Gossip Land touches the Alright. Anything else you could tell me about this? Anything else? Anything else? Anything else?
Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Boogie doogie.
I was really happy. We ate at this table last night.
Yes, we did.
I was really happy then.
I wish I could make you smile again, even for a second. Anything new with Miss Oldbag? And what do you know about this, Miss Oldbag?
I don't have anything to say to the English like you.
She's clamming up like the old clam she is.
Please, anything would be helpful.
Well, then why don't you tell me my measurements?
No, that's okay, really.
She really doesn't like you, does she, Mr. Nick?
I know. No, I don't want to go here. Do you know anything about Miss Andrews? What do you think about this article? If you're talking about her thing with Han, I thought she was a bit careless in the way she handled it. And that's it. That's it. And what do you know about this tomato juice? Dude, I know I like to throw money around, but it's not like I buy anything and everything. It's nice because I'm not up for sale anyway. Okay. What do I need for you? What you witnessed.
Alright, I'll be honest with you for now.
Then please tell us what you saw.
But what a waste! And here I have a perfectly good chance to have a little fun at your youngin's expense. I am a little devil, after all.
Doesn't that imply you aren't a good person? Alright, I'll give you what you want. I don't have anything you want. You want a present, and I don't got a present for you. I don't think I have enough. I should investigate it and gather more clues before I try again. Yeah, I don't have anything for you. I know who you're talking about now. Look at that. Okay. The people you're looking for a scandal between Juan Corrida and Miss Andrews. Adrian Andrews. This woman. She's Adrian Andrews, Matt Ungard's manager. The Nickel Samurai's manager caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jammin Ninja. It would have been the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it? You're pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. But you can't just make it up any old thing and think it'll make the papers. You gotta have backup. Backup? Yeah. You gotta have that, what's it called, news sauce. You mean news source? That's it. So, show me something that shows that Juan guy had something with Miss Andrews. There was an article about it. Take that! This is the article from the certain weekly tabloids. Jammed Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss A.A. Mr. Kurita didn't have a manager of his own. What's more, his rival, Mr. Ungarde's manager, Adrian Andrews. She has the initials AA. You saw this article and then thought to take some pictures of them as proof. That's why you were looking around Mr. Kurita's door last night. What? Big scoop. You were looking into Mr. Kurita and Miss Andrews' affair, weren't you? You got it. I was gonna get myself a scoop by catching him in a secret meeting. But there's already an article about it in one of the weekly tabloids. It's no longer breaking news. What you just say? Her initials are AA. What kind of vague thing is that? That ain't no proof of nothing. The people are gonna want to see real proof. Well, at least I do. So that's what I was getting into photos. I'm gonna whip up the reader's interest with some real gossip and a little misleading. Then spice it up a little and have myself an exclusive story. Wow, a lot of nice journalistic integrity you got there. I already figured writing up a spicy article, you know? But the paper I wrote it on my note to myself, it's gone. Your
note to yourself?
It was inside the case of my $1,600 camera. They done run off together. I came here for my big story. Didn't come here to have my treasure disappear on me. Yeah, I understand. It's enough to make it go bonkers, I tell you. What's with people now, anyway? I never thought I'd see the day that when someone done steal something from me. You really want that note back, huh? I've got no idea why, though. The story on that note is probably a bold-faced lie. It's the one on the night of the murder. Tabloid article about the victim was in the case. Well, now we should be able to talk to Adrian Andrews. Why was Juan Corrida murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why were you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. Angard's life in danger by your actions?
Why do you ask questions for which I have no answer? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Corrida.
You were not that close?
That's right. I've never been good at being intimate with another person.
You're not good at being intimate with another person? Somehow I highly doubt that. You and Mr. Corrida had an intimate relationship, did you not?
A silly third-rate tabloid article? If you even had half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish.
Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into this story.
As would be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars.
Note to self, stay on your good side.
In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that.
I see. However, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone?
Me? A need to get close to Mr. Corrida? As if there was ever such a need.
Didn't you get close to Mr. Corrida for this person's sake?
Do you really still not understand?
But what?
It's not in my nature to enjoy doing things for others.
But you're a manager.
It's called a job. I'm in charge of Mr. Angardi, not a star for Mr. Angardi, the man.
Oh.
You are not my client.
This is a subtle hint to go home? But I know you must have had a need to get close to the victim.
Me? Need to get close to Mr. Corrida, as if that were ever such a need.
Needed to get close for whose sake? For herself? That's my only guess if I don't have anybody else.
Do you really still not understand? What? I'm not in nature of enjoying doing things for others.
That's not somebody else, it's you! Fine, whatever, I'm out. I don't have what I need. You didn't exactly give me anything, did you? Knowing your half of the story is almost worthless, other than the fact that you updated the camera for some reason. Detective, you know anything about this?
Oh, so you saw the article too?
Yeah, but I'm not really interested in that sort of thing.
Actually, we've been looking into that too, pal. Those secret meetings, I mean.
What is this world coming to when even cops are amateur gossip collectors?
Hey, why are you looking at me like that, pal? Whatever you're thinking, you're wrong. Look, and when we find out more from our investigation, I'll let you know, okay?
Okay. Do you know anything about this camera? I don't remember. What can you tell me about Miss Von Karma?
Well, she's a wild beast let loose into the asphalt jungle.
A beast?
And she's more dangerous than a starving tiger. She's a fierce one, pal.
Is she mad because she lost 2 cases?
Mad? She's more than mad. She's furious. Furious. And the precinct is barely holding on. And thanks to her, now I know what being half dead really means. She really makes you feel like you're almost a shambling zombie.
All I know is when I'm around her, I always check for emergency exits.
This Mr. Unguy is manager, right? No matter what I do, I really stink at talking to people like her. As soon as I open my mouth, I get all flustered. See, she's one of those women with brains. She's someone who gets things done.
Yeah, she does give that sort of impression. Like she's got it all together.
Compared to her, you can easily tell that can't do anything. I'm a can't do anything right kind of guy. That's why I get all nervous and start messing up.
I feel sort of bad for him. Can we take one of these bears, please? Any of the bears. Can we please? I just want to take one bear. Just let me take one bear. What can you tell me about Miss Andrews? Or
she's got one of them personality like she's whipped without her whip. How is that? A pun worthy of a joke book, yeah?
sorry, I zoned out.
Ah, well, I forgive the wax in your ears this once and tell it to you one more time.
Do you know anything? Actually. Do 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 do. Do you know anything about this camera? No. Do you know anything? Don't know anything about that. Tell me more about Miss Andrew.
Hey, that's Miss.
Hey, that's Miss Andrews. She's Matt's manager, actually. I was interested.
Other than, I already went through this. No idea who she is. Alright, let's go to the hotel lobby. Can you tell me anything about this camera? I don't know. Do-do-do-do. This is partially why I don't like the investigating portions of the game. There's just too much of like, oh, go find this trigger. Oh, go find this trigger. Oh, now go to this trigger. Oh, now you go to this trigger. Oh, there's this trigger. Like, I'd rather, like, at least investigating, there's, I don't know, it's funner. Or, I mean, courtroom. The courtroom's funner. Bum 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 bim bum. It gets to a point where you're just spamming every evidence. Usually.
I hate talking about myself. It's a trifling matter. That's why.
So sorry. Take away that layer of sarcasm and she really does seem to hate herself.
Honestly, they were like children. Oh. Examine. Is there anything in the room? Wait, what? It's a giant bone sitting on the plate. I really don't like meat. Giant bone on the plate.
I really don't like meat.
Something weird about this place. Wish I could put my finger on it. Does anybody know the trigger I'm looking for? Don't say it, but I'd just like to know if you knew. Yes or no question, basically.
Ding, 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 ding. Just don't know. That thieving rascal.
Please don't look straight at me while you're saying that.
Well, I find that bugger. I went into done this. They're gonna pay with bullets.
And if you do that, don't expect me to defend you. Wait, let me read that again.
And I just bought that camera. Who did it? The thieving rascal?
Please don't look at me straight at me while you're saying that.
When I find that bugger who went and done this, they're gonna pay with a bullet.
And if you do that, don't expect me to defend you. Found the victim. I don't think I would give that to Old Bag. That would be dumb. Dun, 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 dun. Every time. What about that blood? This is a guitar case, I guess. A little beat up and still usable.
That's strange. The guitar is not here.
Maybe he forgot to bring it to the show?
But Miss Maya said... She said the bright red guitar was Gavin Ninja's signature item.
That's true. Huh? The guitar case is wet, but it's only wet on the top of the lid.
Yeah, there's no water inside the case. This is water, isn't it?
That looks like blood to me. Whoa.
What's that beeping noise, Mr. Nick?
I heard this sound somewhere before.
It's Miss Karma.
Huh?
For some reason, whenever I hear that sound, she pops out of nowhere and whips me.
Come to think of it, that's exactly what happened last time.
Sorry, you gotta make myself scarce. Stand up, pal. Oh!
At last, you reveal your true nature, Mr. Phoenix, right?
Would it be too much to ask for you to be nice for a change?
So you're the type to steal information from pitifully hopeless detectives. That is very dishonorable of you. Ow! Hey, don't you dare run away, scruffling McTrenchcoat.
Yeah.
I didn't think the detective of this country could be this pitiful. Blah! Detective, come over here for a second. I feel better knowing at least you were man enough to face your punishment.
He was so scared. He just froze up on the spot.
Mr. Phoenix Wright. You have soiled my perfect prosecution record. I'll never forget that. This time, victory is mine.
Victory is yours? Is that all this means to you?
What? Come, Scruffy. The investigation briefing is about to begin.
Yes, sir.
This isn't over yet. I swear on my family's honor.
What did she throw at me now? What is this?
Well, I guess this means I gotta get back to the precinct now, pal. If you ever need me, come down to the criminal affairs department, alright? And if you can, try not to let Ms. Von Karma see you.
What did she just throw at you? I didn't get to see it. Found next to the victim, empty. There's some water, but only on top of the lid. Where's the card? I don't see it. What do you know about this? Don't know anything. Okay. Not about you. Do you know anything about this? No. Do you know anything about this?
Like a card case. That was Juan's.
I'm guessing you've seen this case before?
It's pretty famous by now. It stands out because it holds the bright red guitar.
The bright red guitar. The Jammin' Ninja's signature item.
But if the guitar is so important, how could he forget it for the award ceremony?
That does seem a little strange. I'm so tired of looking for every single little thing. Criminal.
Look, Mr. Scruffy Detective is here.
Great, now Pearls is calling him problem, Scruffy. Thanks, Francesca. They said something about an investigation briefing earlier, right? Why don't we come back when they again later, when they're done?
Okay, I guess that's all you can do, right, Mr. Nick? Aw, it's kinda cute! Mr. Nick, what is this stuffed animal name?
The blue badger. It was my idea. I made it. It was the precinct's mascot. This is the precinct's mascot, you know.
Ah,
I got him a signed mascot of every police station. If it's the last thing I do.
I hope you succeed in your mission, sir.
These are detective desks. The computers and files, and each one funny. They're a lot tighter than I expected. Guess detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Break and spit out, you lowlife scumbag. Turkey sandwich. And don't you eat him every day? Get sick of it or something? You must be doing image training for interrogations. You have any ideas, Pearl? No. Can you tell me about this guitar case?
Dude, like, I know I throw money around, but it's not like I buy anything and everything.
Doo-doo-doo. Tired of looking around. What am I looking for? Beep 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 ding 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 ding. Actually, now that the detective is gone, maybe we can take a bear. Do 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 do. Oh, it's the card on there.
Autograph?
The paper we got from Mr. Kurita's name has the paper's got Mr. Kurita's name written on it. So it's his autograph.
I can't read it at all.
To be honest.
To be honest, I've never seen the writing that looks like this.
It's a special way of writing called cursive. Look here, see how it says "to my dearest Wendy" in more normal letters here?
This is stumpy, unreadable writing. It's crazy and cruel to give this to someone.
Hold on. Wendy. I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh, Wendy Oldbag. Wendy Oldbag. Now we're getting somewhere. Dun 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 dun. No, wrong way. A shadow. What you witnessed. Alright, to be honest, alright, I'll give you what you want.
That's Juan's autograph!
Yes, it is.
And it even says to my dearest Wendy on it. That's me, right? My name is Wendy Oldbag, so that Wendy has to be me, right?
Well, it may say Wendy, but somehow I don't think Juan had this Wendy in mind when he signed it.
No, please. Give it to me. Let me have it, please.
I can't just let you have it just like that.
Yes, I know. Then how about an exchange?
Wow. She must really want this autograph.
My offer isn't good enough for you? Fine, Mr. Wright, you win. When the old Echo's ready to open up her heart, all for her, my dearest Juan.
That was easier than I thought. What you witnessed?
I feel bad for you now.
Huh?
I tell you, I saw him that night. I saw him coming out of Juan's room.
You're kidding.
Oh no! It was about 10 minutes before Juan's whole body was discovered. It was just a coincidence. I was on my way to the toilet minding my own business.
And did you tell that to the police?
Well, of course! I thought I could get a gift certificate or two out of it, maybe. Gift certificate? I've been recruiting again for the part of that trial. You know, the trial tomorrow? This time, you're gonna get it. I'm gonna work so hard and get your client pronounced guilty. But Mr. Angarde hasn't done anything bad. I don't care about the details like that. I know he did, my dear boy Juanin. I just do. That yellow-bellied chicken. A yellow-bellied chicken? I wonder what that would look like. I trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad, and I say he did it.
What did Mr. Ungard ever do to her to deserve this? What did Mr. Ungard do to you to make you so...
You don't know? That guy, he framed my Juan. He created that scandal with the poor Juan. Mr. Nick!
What is it?
What's a scandal?
Oh, I'll tell you about it after we get home, okay?
Poor Juan, led astray by the wiles of the vile temptress. Mr. Nick, what do vials and wild temptress mean?
How about we just listen to Miss Oldbag has to say for now, okay, Pearls? So, Miss Oldbag, who is this woman you're talking about?
Adrian Andrews, of course, who else? That guy, he shoved the girl onto Juan on purpose.
His own manager? But why?
I thought lawyers were smart. It was to create a scandal
and make Juan lose face. The girl drove Juan into the scandal and dragged his reputation through the mud.
Sounds like a pretty standard definition of a scandal to me. Why do you know about that, Miss Oldbag?
I'm one of Juan's biggest fans. I'm always out to gather information. There's nothing I don't know.
And do you have proof that Mr. Ungard did what you say he did?
Next week's issue of a certain magazine should say so.
Of course, a tabloid.
Next week? Doesn't that mean it's something people don't know about yet?
Why would Miss Oldbag have information like that? And where did she get it? That's all you're gonna give me, Miss Oldbag? Really? Tell me more about Miss Anders. Don't have anything to say. Maybe we can go to the precinct now. Detective Gumshoe said that they have an investigation briefing.
Yeah. Oh, he's back.
Hey, you guys came, pal.
Why the blunt greeting?
Because there's nothing to be finally happy about.
What do you mean by that?
Well, things look perfect this time around. The evidence and testimony all right.
But we can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. Airtight evidence. So, what do you mean the evidence is airtight?
They can't give you all the details, pal, but just two big pieces.
Two?
And both of them are in this photo. The first is the button on is missing from the victim's chest.
That's the button that you found during the body search on Mr. Ungard?
Yep, I found it in the folds of Mr. Nickel Samurai's special pants.
And the second one is?
The knife in his chest, pal. The fingerprints on the knife. The knife is in his chest, to be exact.
Fingerprints? Whose are they?
You didn't even have to ask little missy, it's obvious. They're Matt Ungarde's.
Tomorrow's trial, talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. So what about this airtight testimony?
It's from that old security lady, Miss Oldbag.
I thought so.
What do you mean you thought so? Did she tell you something, pal?
Well...
And I even told her not to open her mouth of hers and blab to anyone.
Her blab knob is stuck on 10. There's no turning it down, trust me.
Yeah, well, Miss Oldbag saw it all, pal. She saw Mr. Ungard coming out of the victim's womb around the estimated time of death.
You don't do voice chatting? Well, there's also text chatting in there, Tharlock. That's literally what everybody does in there. There's barely anybody using the voice chat. Oops, I didn't mean to go away. What can you tell me about this guitar case?
No, that. This was what I heard, pal. But that's the Jammin' Ninja signature item.
But the guitar was in the hotel room.
Yeah, we looked for it too. It's not normal for a person to forget to bring the most famous item onto a roadshow.
It's starting to sound like that red guitar is related to the case after all.
We're very interested in the bit of gossip ourselves.
The scandal with Mr. Kurita, but why?
Well, 2 years ago, a woman committed suicide.
Suicide?
Her name was Celeste Impax. And she was Juan Kurita's manager.
The victim's manager?
But that's not all, pal. Miss Impax was Miss Andrews' mentor. She taught Miss Andrews everything she knows about the business from square one.
Her mentor?
A woman who can both Miss Kurita's manager and Miss Andrews' mentor. Could her suicide have something to do with this case?
Do you want to know more about her, pal?
First, tell me about this juice.
The stuff in that glass is tomato juice, pal.
Tomato juice?
I heard the victim really loved the stuff. Favorite drink in the world.
If it was his favorite drink? First time I've heard of that.
You look at this photo and you can't help it. It makes you think, blah, 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 yeah. Yeah.
Oops, that was new dialogue. Dang it. I got distracted.
If I'm caught leaking info to the...
Why am I tongue-tied?
If I'm caught leaking info to you here in the precinct, my neck's gonna be in the legal, pal.
Your neck? No.
I mean my neck as a joke. But yeah, ask me about things that have to do with the case only, alright, pal?
Well, isn't that the only information I really want anyway? Look at my badge! Okay, fine. Bum bum dun dun. Celeste Impax.
She was the victim's manager and was always also Miss Adrian's mentor. It's been 2 years since her suicide, and now those two are linked again by another death. Or maybe it's just a coincidence.
I'm getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another.
Miss One Karma.
You can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? I don't need a traitor in my midst.
You don't mean...
I do. Scruffy, you have 30 minutes to get out of here. You are no longer needed. Goodbye.
That's...
But wait, please, wait, sir. If I don't get this much pay...
Quiet. If you worked for traitors like you,
I would have won? Is that what you want to say?
to who?
That voice.
Edgeworth.
It's been a long time, right?
This person... This is Mr. Edgeworth?
What am I going to do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong. You haven't changed a bit, Francesca.
You... How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it? You soiled the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud, and even ran away from with your tail between your legs with like an ill-bred dog that you are.
Are you talking about the Von Karma family creed? To be perfect in every way? Then let's hear it, Francesca. How are things going? I hear you're having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country.
You
seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back.
keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never have it handed over to you, never. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I will see you tomorrow in court. It will be a clinical lesson of the meaning of total victory.
Still the same wild mare she always was.
Tomorrow's trial. I thought you, the prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, had gone and died.
Mr. Nick!
I never wanted to see you again.
Wait, I never wanted to see you again.
I think that's enough of the warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year.
Are you going to run tomorrow's trial?
You heard her, right? That wild mare hasn't given in yet, it seems. So no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I will say one thing. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow.
What is that supposed to mean?
They have something definitive that you lack. And working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth.
The truth?
In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel need my assistance, it is available to you. I'm not in charge of the case, but I can be more generous with information.
Just what's going on inside his head?
A lot of things may have happened, however, Manfred von Karma was still my mentor. And the perfect win record is proof of a von Karma.
1 year ago, you could not establish guilt in a few cases. Are those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? Did you leave because you had lost your perfect win record? To think your motivation in prosecuting trials was so selfish. It had been better for everyone if you'd never came back from the dead, Edgeworth.
I see. Then let me ask you something. Why do you stand in the courtroom? What is your reason?
Why stand in the courtroom? Well, with Francesca, she almost always says,
I will defeat you this time.
the instant she sees me. But the courtroom is not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in the courtroom to defend my client, to save their lives.
To save your client, you say?
Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals, those kind of prosecutors are reprehensible to me. Even if you're a prodigy, or someone like you, Edgeworth.
It looks like there's still a lot you have yet to learn.
a lot I have yet to learn. Me?
Well, that's enough for now. The time when you will see is coming soon enough.
Look at my badge!
I have no interest in talking about useless evidence, but a little more thought into what you show me, Phoenix Wright.
Still as stuck up as ever. Maya!
We are looking into leads, but we can only look into a few key players with our limited resources. There's no reason for us to waste our energy investigating this person.
Why don't you just tell it straight to me and say I don't have any info?
This woman is another key to solving this case.
Do you really think so?
She was Adrian Andrews' mentor a long time ago, but she was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Corrida's manager. And then a few months later, Celeste Impax died.
But her death was ruled a suicide, right?
Yes, but there is still one riddle we've yet to solve.
A riddle?
A suicide note. It was missing. No one could find it.
A suicide note that just vanished, huh?
Looking into leads. Adrian Andrews. She holds a large secret within her.
A secret?
You can't help but feel that the whole case revolves around her. When I was abroad, these deplorable types of actors became popular. I take it?
Well, refreshing like a spring breeze is his motto.
But refreshing? And what is so refreshing about the spring breeze?
Sounds like the pollen is not treating him well this year.
There is an interesting rumor about this man.
You mean the one about Miss Andrews getting close to him? That's pretty common tabloid fare, isn't it?
I don't take things at face value when there's more to be found.
Alright. Anything you can tell me about any of this evidence? That's part of the case.
Give me more evidence of the case.
And then you don't tell me anything. Missing suicide note.
Miss Impax's death was the most certainly a suicide. Of that, there's no mistake. However, we could not find her suicide note. That's when the people began to suspect that someone had hidden it.
A suicide note? But how do you know Miss Impax even written such a note?
There was no solid evidence, however. We did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which makes the likelihood of a suicide note very high.
But who would hide such a thing?
The police think it was Mr. Juan Corrida himself.
The victim?
He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had the chance to hide her suicide note.
Mr. Corrida hid his own manager's suicide note. But why?
As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should have a look this over. This is the suicide report, part 1 anyway.
Part 1. Ding, 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 ding. Is Concreta, was her suicide note hidden? Okay, let's go back to the lobby. Oh, we should finally be getting to the end of the investigation. Right, a little offices, criminal apartment, Viola Hall.
Looks like Miss Andrews isn't here.
That's not good. I still have a few questions I want to ask her.
And she has the sidewalk on her heart, right?
Well, we don't have much choice, I guess. We'll have to come back later. Again, anything here? Where is she? But where is she? Do you know anything about this person? Nope. Where is she? Dun, 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 dun. What do you know about this person?
What's wrong?
How much do you know?
What do you mean, how much?
Mr. Lawyer, I may be your client, but I hope you will keep yourself out of my personal life.
No, I would never.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a lunch appointment I have to keep.
You're in detention. Who in the world are you going to eat with? The security guard?
Mr. Nick?
This Celeste Impacts lady. Somehow, I get the feeling she is a very important person in all this. And he's gone. And this guard monitors the visitor room. He's so quiet you could even forget that he was even there. If he wasn't watching everything. He's pushed up against the wall, kinda like a magnet on a refrigerator. Small, your uncandid camera. Mr. Unguarded keeps sneaking glances up at the security camera on the wall. I wonder if he's still trying to be a star? No clues here.
No respect. No respect.
He's not there anymore. No, I didn't. Oh, yeah, I did actually. Why? Bum, 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 bam. Got to be down. Go, please. Please, Louise. Bum, ba, ba, da, dun, da, 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 dun, dun. Do, 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 do. How do you not know anything about this? This juicy scoop of a tabloid thing. Do you know anything about this lady? No. Do you remember Edgeworth? Little tomato juice. Beautiful wine glass. Eel tomato juice. What else is right? Do 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 do. So the problem now is we don't know where Miss Andrews is at. Because the game wants me to trigger something else. I'm probably not done talking to Edgeworth. Dun, 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 dun.
This woman is another key to solving the case.
Ready to talk to him. Tell me about the suicide report.
I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all of the reports that have the multiple parts like that one. That has two.
2 parts?
What you just handed me is the first part of the report. Here is the second part.
The second part of the report is about attempted suicide. The attempter's name is Adrian Andrews.
Miss Andrews? What does she do?
She tried to kill herself? It doesn't seem like the kind of person to try and kill herself, though.
You think she was a strong career woman? That's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews, she has a certain secret she's always trying to hide.
A secret?
Her dependent nature. That's what she's really like on the inside.
Miss Andrews, dependent? Talk about exact opposite of what the woman is. So... okay. So I showed the first document to be shown the second document, but he didn't give me the second document. Okay. Dependent nature. What is this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature?
Adrian Andrews' attempted at suicide was a few days after the death of Celestine Pax.
And
why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? Because she had apparently lost her will to live.
lost her will, but why would she?
Her pillar of strength, her mentor, Celestine Pax, was gone forever. That's why.
Why would that...
Is this what they call following someone to the grave?
After her attempt suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. She is someone who needs a person in whom she can absolutely trust. And once she finds the person, she will do anything she can to keep them near. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live.
And that's the nature of her dependency on others.
When Celestine Pax suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself.
And that means her super confident attitude.
That's all a facade.
She's only coping her mentor's behavior to hold herself together.
How terrible. Well, thanks, Miles. I'll remember to present evidence that you give me again sometime. The shock from Celestial Types.
Appearance can be deceiving. It's such a cliche saying, but it's cliche because it's true.
Miss Andrews, to think that behind the unwavering brave front, she's been hiding this weakness and fear. But no! Go talk to Miss Andrews. She probably just went to the restroom.
Miss Andrews is here. But it looks like she's talking to someone.
That's Francesca von Karma.
Miss Karma?
What are you doing here? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so you've got some nerve following me around. Following you.
No, that's you, Miss Von Karma. You're the one doing the following.
Pearls.
You always follow after that Mr. Detective with the little beard?
Me? Following after Scruffy? Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something interesting, little girl.
What is that?
An electromagnetic receiver. I planted a tracking device on that detective. And with this, I know what that fool's every move. So that noise we heard was this receiver. I feel really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now. Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews.
Yes?
Think hard about what you're about to discuss, understood?
Alright.
What were those two talking about?
Miss Andrews? She seems a little dazed, doesn't she?
You want to tell me about your being to a rat here? I'd like to ask you about this.
I was told. I told you I hate trifling matters. It's a waste of time to show me things that have no relevance to me.
Wow, this is the first time I've been shut down this badly. Okay, fine. Fine! Take that! Why was Juan Corrida murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason why he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. Unguard's life in danger with your actions?
Why do you ask questions for which I have no answer? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Corrida.
You're not that close.
That's right. I've never been good at being intimate with another person.
You're not good at being intimate with another person? Somehow I highly doubt that. Take that! You and Mr. Corrida had an intimate relationship, did you not?
A silly third-rate tabloid article. If you even had
have the wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish.
Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into this story.
As to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars.
Note to self, stay on our good side.
In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that.
I see, however, that is where what if there was a need for you to get close to someone?
Me? Need to get close to Mr. Corrida? As if there was ever such a need.
Didn't you get close to Mr. Corrida for this person's sake? Celeste Impacts, your mentor?
How did you know about Celeste?
Miss Impacts, she committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one would know why. Right before her death, she was Juan Corrida's manager. So I believe you got close to Mr. Corrida so you could find out more about her suicide.
You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a putrid third-rate tabloid.
Miss Andrews?
There was no mystery surrounding her death, none. It would have been pointless for me to force myself into the relationship for nothing.
Is that really true? Was there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved.
Take that!
Miss Impact's suicide note was never found, was it? It looks like the police under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Corrida.
Juan?
And Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. That is why you became intimate with Mr. Corrida.
I sat by quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor, however, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was not found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others.
That's the impression you like to give, however. I don't think that's who you really are.
What?
I have evidence that says otherwise. This is proof that Celeste Impact was someone very special to you.
Take that!
Miss Andrews, you nearly went through with it, didn't you?
Went through with what?
Ending your life. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself.
Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember.
However,
that is all just a lie.
However, that is all just a lie, a facade. You've always searched out people on whom you can depend on.
That's...
You were dependent on Miss Impacts, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had.
Stop. When Celeste passed away so suddenly, like that, I died a death of my own. But no matter how hard I tried, I wouldn't stop thinking about what had become of a note.
You must have heard about the police report. The one that said police suspect Mr. Kurita of hiding Miss Impax's note. You heard about it and thought to recover it by getting close, am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes.
What do you mean?
What topic did we start this conversation on again?
It was, why was the victim killed?
Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with the reason to want Mr. Kurita dead.
Me?
Miss Impax was everything to you. And then she died. Then you would do anything to find out why she killed herself. Even commit murder.
Murder? It's true. I am a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small, and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I've pushed against all that, though. I've tried to live strongly. I've never wanted anyone to find out the truth.
Miss Andrews.
This one thing. It's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. It was my secret, mine and mine alone.
I'm sorry.
You probably think I'm a worthless human being now, don't you?
Please, Miss Andrews, all I want to know is the truth.
After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note, and that someone was Juan Kurita. Celeste. Without her, I became scared. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me.
So you got close to Mr. Kurita to recover her suicide note, correct?
Looks like the tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it?
Well, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire.
And if they purposely added fuel to the fire, they kept the celebrity world burning. But as for the suicide note, I didn't and wouldn't kill for anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that's all. Well, that's enough for now. I still have work to do, so...
I understand.
Oh, I have one small favor to ask. My attempted suicide, I'd like you to keep it a secret.
Miss Andrews.
If people found out about my weakness, I would sooner choose to die than live.
Alright, I understand. We'll keep an eye on a secret.
Miss Andrews, I guess she's the overthinking type. She's probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first. Thank you for your discretion.
Mr. Nick, can I ask you something?
What is it?
Miss Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back.
That card? Yeah, I guess she has. Miss Andrews, what is that card you're holding?
Huh? Oh, this? I didn't quite know. It just suddenly appeared in my handbag.
What is it? It looks like a seashell? That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. Her not remembering something clearly sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. Well, I must be off. I leave Mr. Ungard in your capable hands. Okay. Well, I think we've gathered about all we can.
What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright?
Oh, Pearls. She looks so worn out by all this. She hasn't slept at all, and has been walking all over the place with me today.
What's wrong, Mr. Nick?
Let's go back to the office for a little while. You're really tired, right?
Oh no! I'm okay, really. I'm fine, I really am.
You don't look fine to me.
So, what now?
Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Miss Andrews has a motive.
You mean Miss Impex's suicide note?
That's right. She was also the one who discovered the victim's body. Clever.
Mr. Nick, the trans receiver.
Hello, Wright & Co. Law Offices. Mr. Attorney, you're not answering a phone. But Maya, where's Maya? As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time. Which is why I presume she is absolutely famished. But what? So I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend. At any cost, wouldn't you agree? Wait, Maya, let me hear her. Very well.
Ask my
Maya, is that you?
sis. Ask my sis.
Maya! Damn it! He cut me off.
Mystic Maya said, ask my sis, didn't she?
Sis? What does she mean by that? Come on. Phoenix. Come on, Phoenix. You're a hopeless one. Sorry. Mia! I have a message from Maya. So come, ask me anything you want about her. Maya's situation. How's Maya? She's safe for now. The kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems. I'm glad to hear she's safe, but Mia, how did you know? As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could. I didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. The kidnapper, what is he like? I don't know. Apparently, Maya went to answer a phone
phone call. Apparently Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there.
And?
She didn't see the face of her attacker. Maya is locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her.
When you were with her?
I'm starving. I could really go for an apple pie.
I'm starving. I could really go for an apple pie. I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go.
I'm starving. I'll think of apple pie. I have to say he's positive. He's promised he wasn't going to kill me. I'm not going to die. Says, I wonder if you're with Nick right now.
Oh, I see. We just switched spots.
What's this? It feels like there's a lot of glass bottles here. And they feel like barrels. I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry and not really thirsty. And there's all sorts of things piled here. But it's too dark to see. Huh? Someone dropped a card here. It looks like a business card, but there's no name on it. This is a picture of a seashell, I think. What a strange card. Drat, it's locked. But this door seems easy enough to open. On TV, heroes always use a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then click, you magically open the door. I wonder if there's a card like that around here I could use. Ah, that's it. This shell card. If I use this, maybe I can open the door. This might be my key out of here. I have a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. Alright. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. I did it. Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. I shouldn't keep Nick waiting or worried. To be continued.
I'm so hungry too. Guys, I'm gonna take a 5 to 10 minute break right now. But thank you guys all for joining me. I do appreciate it very much. Since I'm gonna be taking a 5 to 10 minute break to grab some food, you guys should go grab some food and snacks, whatever you want to do as well. This should be the first and only a day of the trial. I'm pretty sure they want us to acquit this trial in one day. So I'm sure it's multiple part, like 1, 2, or 3 parts, probably 2 parts. But yeah, I'm going to go get some food, and yeah, you guys go do whatever you need to do. I'll be right back, and with more Phoenix Wright's Ace Attorney, Justice for All. We just get raided. We just get raided. Got a boost. Alright guys, I was eating. I went to go take a break and eat. Thank you, Lori, for the Raiderito. Give me a moment. Ugh. Blech. Everybody just left. Well, for those of you that stayed after the burp and everything. Because I had to make the food, and then I ended up eating it while I made the food. So I ended up not eating it on stream. Raiders and lower raiders and everybody that's coming by, thank you so much for coming on by. You guys are wonderful. I'm Lazy Rico. We're playing through Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All, the second game of the series. We are currently in the final trial, I believe. But thank you guys for coming on by. Please, guys, give Lori a raid. She's like my BF Twitch friend, BFFFLLIBGG. No re. So go check her out if you haven't already. She's wonderful. We are doing voices for this, so if you don't like the voices I give the characters, well, sorry, but hopefully you will. Thank you guys for coming on by. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody. How was your stream, Lori? What did you play today? I didn't see the Raider command, but you guys should go follow Lori if you haven't already. I enjoy her streams very much so. Thanks, Rat. Tat 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 tat. So we are feeling the Phoenix Wright series. We're going to be playing all this Phoenix Wright series during the weekdays and play the original Tomb Raider. I remember playing the demo for that when I was a kid, and I could not even get past the demo. Like, the controls are such butt that I never could. Good on you for playing the original Tomb Raider. Is the right side correct distance? I think so. And then by pointing something a little bit off. Okay. Yeah, I skipped the 5th case in the first game because it comes better after the 3rd game anyway. So yeah. City video is form of art? Of course. That's not even a question. Okay. So we're going to be starting. I have to apologize that while I am reading and doing all that, I'm not going to be able to talk to chat very well because it's hard to continuously read this and then read chat and then go back and forth, and then I just get jumbled in my words, and then the feeling and intensity of the moment gets lost and all that. So if I don't respond to you, don't take it personally. It's just it takes a lot of narratively things to do. Are they back do you consider it? If so, why not? Ask me that in Discord, Tharlock, and I'll give you a more detailed answer in there. But not at the moment. You hear that I'm good? So this, you had to come by nice. Well, I'm glad that somebody says I'm good at this. So couldn't take it personally. You better, rat. You're purple. Okay, let's start. Let's start the next chapter. Again, apologize not being able to respond, but Jump did it. That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. And that woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there's someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer, dude. Like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Mia!
We must get a complete acquittal today.
I know. But I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning the case by the end of the day.
Indeed. Well, let's keep going.
It's him. This is Wright. Good morning, mister.
Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. Day of the trial.
Maya, she's unharmed, right?
Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall I say it, tired. And don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake, as well as for yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning.
Present? What in the world would you want to give me?
You'll figure it out once the trial starts, and even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please.
Wait!
The kidnapper sent me a present?
Mr. Lawyer, dude? Who was that? No one. It was nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer?
court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungarde. Are the prosecution and defense ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
I say, Bishop Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma?
I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me?
Your Honor?
Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it?
Bailiff, Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman.
What?
Just shot?
Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about.
His present?
Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage.
This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright?
I don't have an answer to that.
She's alive and in stable condition.
That's good. Phew. You're...
I thought he'd show up.
Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Francesca Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Ungard.
The court acknowledges the prosecution.
Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the stand. Witness, your name and occupation.
My name is Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct for now. For now? After this trial is over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir.
Detective Gumshoe.
The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face the forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's have your testimony. If you want to explore the various facets of this case, we must first start with that.
Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight.
Yeah. It would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth.
This murder happened after Heroes of Heroes award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, he thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. after the reward ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their room, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Bare facts of the case.
This murder happened after the Heroes of Heroes award ceremony, sir.
Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony?
Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended at 8 p.m. and there was a short break. A special posting ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later.
After that, when the victim's body was... That's when the victim's body was found, right? Correct.
Which is to say, the murder occurred during the 30-minute break period.
Please continue your testimony, detective. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room.
The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct?
Yeah. Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? She's the defendant, Madame Gardy's manager. She's a really pretty lady, sir.
Ah, so she's really pretty. She's a really pretty lady. I wonder if she will grace us with her presence.
Yeah, when the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. Angardi. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir.
I see. And that's when she found the victim's body.
After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir.
Oops. Let's go back. Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. The cause of death. Wasn't that because Mr. Corrida was stabbed in the chest?
Only a killer's amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, the real pro's attention would be drawn here to the bandana.
The banana?
The bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped around his neck, sir.
Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana.
Then what about the knife?
It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death.
So we have a crafty murderer on our hands here.
Nice, the autopsy report. At first,
we thought there was something suspicious about the empty car case.
1 second, let me check that autopsy. Time of death is 8:15. Cause strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. Okay.
Hold it!
And why did you think that?
Because it was empty, pal. The Diamond Ninja doesn't go around without his bright red car. And we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime.
Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted to get the guitar and did the crime so he could get it. How's that?
We thought of that too, but the only fingerprints on the guitar were the victims.
Only the victims, huh?
I see. Yeah, so much for my theory then.
Guitar case activated or updated. Hold on, Gumshoe, let me read that. Empty There is some water, but on the top of the lid bears Corita's fingerprints. Okay.
However, we later found out that the guitar case was nothing more than, well, nothing to do with the murder.
What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case?
The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well, then, where was it? The bright-red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corita, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir.
So you mean to forget to put the guitar inside the case?
Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage in the ceremony, he didn't have the guitar.
So the guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel?
Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all.
I believe that's enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt Ungarde? Because there was reason enough to suspect him.
Here it comes. Looks like Andrew's back in full swing.
Very well, Detective Gumshoe. Please testify about this matter.
Yes, sir.
Why arrest Ungarde?
Matt Ungarde was Juan Corita, and Juan Corita were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. There's the evidence. There was the Jamming Ninja's button. It was ripped off from the ninja's costume and was found in Ungarde's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes it a premeditated murder.
So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife using in the stabbing.
It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. And there's this button.
That was the button in the defendant's clothes, was it? And this button also is covered in blood.
Yes, we know that the blood is the victim's blood, sir.
What? Head to the court records.
All of these points very clearly to defendant, doesn't it?
I don't know, let me look at it. Was ripped from the costume, covered in Corita's blood, found it on Ungarde's hakama. Bears the victim's blood and Ungarde's fingerprints in the grip. Gatewater is engraved.
Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right?
I'll find a hole in your argument somehow.
Can you press as hard as you can press as hard as you want? Like, just hurry up and up with your usual pointless questions.
Matt Ungarde and Juan Corita were huge rivals with one another.
But in terms of popularity, Mr. Ungarde won, did he not?
Yeah, but you know what's ironic, pal? Juan Corita was always one step ahead, Mr. Unguarded, and everything. This year it seemed like he'd finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown.
But Mr. Kurita lost the Grand Prix in the end.
That's too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing. They each thought of each other as what was in his way. That's the motive enough for me in my book.
Wait just a second here. Mr. Unguarded was beating Mr. Kurita in the popularity polls.
Yeah, I guess, but...
Which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no motive to kill at all.
Yes, I quite agree. Well, Detective? It's not, well... I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant wouldn't have no motive.
Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired.
No, not you too, Mr. Edwards. That's...
I look forward to your pension negotiation.
No. Now, Detective, let's continue with the testimony.
No, and my poor pension too.
Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed.
Yes, sir. We will talk about my pension later, sir.
What about what I was saying? Hello? Anyone?
As for evidence, there was a Diamond Ninjas button.
Do you have any proof that the button belonged to the victim?
Huh? What do you mean, pal?
Oh, let me put it this way. I'm asking you if you have any evidence to back up the claim that this button was ripped off of the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
Huh? But can't you tell by just looking at it? And the victim's blood is on it.
Anyone could have smeared that blood on it afterwards.
Mr. Edwards, help me, sir.
Alright, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Now, to reel this one in. Thread. Huh? The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. And that thread snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread on the button, it's a perfect match.
Yeah, that's it. They're perfect matches, pal.
That's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat.
It was whipped off the ninja's costume and was found in Mr. Edwards, Mr. On Guard's, Hakama.
When was this button found?
Pretty soon after the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Kurita. And then we did a search on them. Then that's when we found the button.
So it was almost immediately after the murder.
The politics didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks unlike some people. Hey, what's he trying to say about me here?
The defendant's fingerprints were also found all over the knife.
how were the fingerprints arranged on the knife?
What do you mean, pal?
By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand?
Oh, is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that.
I can't believe the bumbling of this department. Oh, Bliss, were you paying attention to the testimony, Wright? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There is no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder.
So the defendant, the owner. So is the defendant the owner of this knife then? The defendant bought the knife to the crime, which makes it a premeditated murder.
There is no way this was a premeditated murder, even if he brought the knife.
Sorry, pal. This isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around either.
This is not good. If the prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder, we're done for.
Phoenix,
Yes?
there's something interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late.
A button covered in the victim's blood, and a knife with unguarded fingerprints.
Be careful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing.
We're still in a world of trouble.
Well, before any battle, you must find the enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be, okay, Phoenix?
Madame Garde and Juan Carita were huge rivals.
Wait, we already pressed everything, didn't we? Pretty sure we pressed everything. Alright. Defendant's fingerprints were also found all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife to the crime, which makes it a premeditated murder. Even though the knife says Gatewater on it, I don't think so. Objection!
Objection!
Wait a second. What's that?
So, the basis of your argument is that it was a premeditated murder is simply that. My client bought a knife beforehand.
That's right, pal. The defendant
Did not buy this knife.
Huh?
Take a good look at the handle of this knife, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It was a Gatewater seal set into the handle.
Gatewater. I think I've heard that name somewhere before.
That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel.
Oh.
The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated.
Yes, this is very true. This is very big. What is it, Mr. Edward?
I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless.
What?
I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined.
How so?
I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough to not realize this.
But I didn't. Oh.
The question is...
I just got that.
Where did this knife come from?
Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Corrida's room.
Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate last night before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. There's a knife and the fork on the table.
There's a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from?
If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Ungarde. Especially what was on top of his table. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Matt Ungarde's knife was missing. Mr. Ungarde had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder.
Amazing, Mr. Edward, absolutely brilliant. A brilliant clear deduction.
It seems like Edward has this planned from the very beginning.
This must be one of those traps I just walked headlong into.
A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here.
I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court.
Evidence not yet shown?
He means the evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, no evidence.
What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright?
Well...
Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If you answer with something wrong here,
the gavel of his will be ringing out the sound of our defeat.
Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to the court?
Actually, I do. There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see.
Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you a chance, and only one.
Why does he always only give us one chance when we've proven ourselves to be, capable every single time?
What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here.
If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us.
Oof. You may now present one and only one piece of evidence.
How about we save?
You may also save and maybe present the evidence 2 or 3 times. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show the court?
Strangled with a scarf, stabbed with a knife. Adrian Andrews, reason... Photo Creator's murder. stabbing. The tomato juice. The cup. The cup. There's something wrong with the juice, Your Honor. Somebody spiked the juice. Take that!
This is a wine glass, is it not?
Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because the victim struggled against his assailant. The vase was broken. His makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of his dresser.
Well, yes, I see your point.
However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant a further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say?
Well, yes, it is a little peculiar.
Yes, isn't it? I thought it was.
Well, you can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it, Your Honor?
In your opinion.
You don't need my opinion, because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking.
That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright.
Could Miss Andrews really have set the glass down without thinking? It's possible, there's no way. It's possible. Oh, next to no sign of it being drank. No. They didn't bother to drink it. Let me look at the photo. There's no way. You'd have to like get near the body and everything, and then no. No way, Jose. No way, Jose. No way, Juan. There's no way. If I appear weak here, the trial's over. I can look for proof later. For now, I should just trust my instinct and point out with certainty.
They just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough.
The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table.
You turned the situation on its head. Yet again, as usual. Mr. Edwards, do you have any proof to back up your claim?
There's no way he has anything. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it.
What?
You're not thinking hard enough today, right? Didn't you think this wine glass escaped my notice? But then... Of course it was being thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass.
Only one? Well, whose were they?
They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were of one Adrian Andrews. What? Well, that's good to know. That's why I said that the person who discovered the body had left it there. Let me see. Bears Andrew's fingerprints. Well, it says right there in the text. It must be true. How we done here, Mr. Wright? believe I fell into another trap.
Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went into Mr. Corrida's room. But upon seeing his dead body was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser.
What you just said makes a lot of sense.
Well, now do you see, Wright? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover.
Oh, wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict.
Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass a judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from.
Another witness?
Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness.
What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking?
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please.
G-O-T-H-C-H-A.
I wonder what happened to the calm composure he had earlier.
Oh, Edgy boy! It's been, what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me.
I saw the report with the testimony, but who knew that under that helmet you would be the wicked witch of the witness stand?
I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today, I'm going to tell you anything and everything. And even things that don't have to do with the terrible crime.
Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all the court needs to know.
Shush! I'm going to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps.
Yes, madame.
No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Anyway, witness your testimony, please.
It's true what they say about youth and hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with?
The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Mr. Colbert? The whole bag?
What a great job! Being able to see my dear Huang. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle.
You mean you are a fan of the victim?
Look, everyone is crazy over that unguarded. Say he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in that little child like him. My only interest is in a real man, Juan Corrida.
But those two are the same age.
Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of the room last night.
Very well, please tell the courtroom what you witnessed the night of the murder.
Leave it to me, Edgy. Pooh?
What you witnessed.
Anyway, after the ceremony, I went and paced around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested to finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. He was unguarded, not on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
Are you sure it was Matt on guard and not his costume again?
So, Mr. Unguarded came out of the victim's room.
See, it has to be him. He's the murderer.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room.
Miss Oldbag, what was your post on that night?
In the lobby, I was supposed to help set the stage for this trifling show, but I refused to help. I'll have you know, it was for the lead-headed samurai show. I even took out a few nails.
Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on.
Besides, the witness with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little.
And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door?
There was something in that I was interested to finding out, you know.
Something you were interested in? And just what was that?
It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between me and Juan. And Ejibu, of course.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in?
I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor.
Gossip?
But should it prove relevant, we can always have independent testimony later.
It looks like we shouldn't force it right now.
And did the witness say it in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time?
Well, since it was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye the whole time.
Oops. Keep a good eye out the whole time. Oh? Then would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Correda's room?
I have no idea. I wasn't born, so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am.
Yes, well, that would explain why your age is not included in the report.
It's not. Her age is question.
In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct?
That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room.
Who in the world was that?
I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of the Juan's room, he was...
Yes, he was.
I'm so scared. I can't say his name out loud.
What I wouldn't give to have Francesca's whip right now.
Well, I guess I can tell you since he was such a bad boy anyway. He was unguarded. Met unguarded. He was trying to sneak his way out of this one's room.
Hold it!
You saw my client? Are you sure about that?
Yes, sir.
Really?
But knowing Brett when I say I saw someone, I saw that person.
Why do I get the sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year's, I should delve into this a bit further. The person's clothes. What was the person carrying? The person's face. What the person's clothes? Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail.
What a troublesome man you are. Really, as if something like that matters.
But it does.
Now what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing.
What thing?
That gaudy thing he is always wearing, that racing jacket.
He's wearing that on the detention center too.
That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men.
Right.
So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important and relevant in any way?
It was not important. I guess it really wasn't that important after all.
Mr. Wright, do you know why we say time is valuable? If not, I suggest you learn.
You wasted 3 minutes of this man's youth. That's more valuable than gold to me.
Why do I suddenly feel old in the presence of her childish whining?
She may not remember things or be mistaken here. But I think she's lying.
That's bad for us, really bad.
But that's how the human mind is. It also just has a tendency to jump off topic. She strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? But that's what makes her a sweet old lady.
And that's because you're not the one who has to question her. Let me press the last thing again.
Hold it!
Face. Please tell the court about the man's face in more detail.
You don't need me to tell you about his face. That soft, gentle look on his eyes and his effeminate lips. His eyes, his right eye covered in silky hair, like sparkling, shining teeth.
His teeth were shining?
Well, he's shining all around in this week's pinup poster, dearie.
This week's pinup? Why do you... I mean... I don't care how he looks in this week's issue. Please stay with what you saw that night.
What? Unguarded face, and it's the same no matter where it is, you whippersnapper.
Hey, so, Mr. Wright, was this testimony important and relevant in any way?
No, it was not. One more time. What was he carrying? What was he carrying?
Hold it!
What was the person carrying? What was the man you saw carrying?
In which hand? His right or left? Now this is a real mess. I mean, I can't be expected to answer such vague questions.
Indeed, please be more specific with your question, Mr. Wright.
So sorry. What was the man you saw carrying in his right hand?
Ah, he was carrying, he wasn't carrying anything in that hand.
Then how about his left?
Empty.
Well, this whole thing has been a lot of nothing.
So, Mr. Wright, what's testimony now is relevant to in any way?
It was not, but the clothing one was, now that I realize. The clothing one. Gosh dang it. The final arrow on the bottom screen should be like a star or an X.
Hold it!
The person's clothes is wearing his racing jacket. He was not wearing his hakataba dababa. And it was very important. Of course it was important, Your Honor.
Objection!
What are you doing? Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of the testimony was important. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Then perhaps you would like to point out in the testimony what was important. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony.
I don't see quite where you're going with this, but please, witness.
Now, well, I don't like to bad-mouth anyone without reason, but if I must. He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show.
Yeah, but he said they found the button on the Hakatama.
Objection!
Objection. He has his thumb like this and his finger. I can't do it exactly. Like that. Yeah. His finger straighter than that. Also, he doesn't have a curl. His spiky hair. He has a blue suit. Shut up! Miss Oldbag.
What? Don't say my name for no reason.
Do you know what this is?
Nah, it's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
I know she's obsessed. I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance.
Give it here, give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this.
Wow. She really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Onguard's button. This button was discovered on Mr. Onguard's body during the full body search.
See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt he was that rascal on guard.
It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai Hakama pants.
See? The Hungarian is the nickel samurai.
Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you just say that the defendant, Man on Guard, was wearing his usual racing jacket?
I'm so sorry.
Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the tiniest thing around the button, the ridiculous looking outfit you'd agree, the hideous right in the chest, let me tell you, it's heavy, so it's heavy, I'm sitting here, I'm keeping it, and they're alive with the kids, and look work in the face, you understand? Now you look at the mirror, and the clothes, and the documentary curl, and then it's going to hit you, poo, and it's right,
Now, hold your tongue there for 1 second. So, what you're saying, in actuality, was not Mr. Angardi, the man, but Mr. Angardi, the Nickel Samurai?
But when you think about it, they're really one and the same anyway.
Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about.
Reggie Pooh, what do you think so too?
Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important, and we agree, and agree with me for a change.
Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify.
Alright, if you insist.
I should be the one sighing, not you.
Angardi. Yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai, that's right. He was a Nickel Samurai I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know? So, he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume.
What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside the costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things.
But the possibility exists.
Ah, youngin' today, I told you, there's no way it was anyone else.
How do you know that?
Because I said so, and what I say is the truth.
At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago.
Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Angardi, yes, now I remember.
Hold it!
Would you please get on with your testimony?
What's your language, young man? What sort of tone is that to take with your elder? My usefulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. And if you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs!
What?
The striking figure by the sea standing alone. And alone, he is the Nickel Samurai!
She's actually singing. Someone please help my poor ears.
Mr. Edwards, can you please do something about this racket?
Witness, I will give you a piece of gum later if you'll be a good and stick to just the facts.
Okay! You promise, right?
Right? I'll be sending you a bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edward, old chum.
The Nickel Samurai! That's right! It was a Nickel Samurai that I saw!
Hold it!
Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago you said he was wearing a racing jacket and now he's not?
Not too long ago. Let me ask you this. When you were a little itty-bitty, what was your grand dream?
Huh?
What did you want to be when you grew up, Whippersnapper?
My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be a Judge Wagner, hero of the public courts, court, of the public's court. So what?
See? And look at where you are now. You're just the judge. You're not Judge Wagner. You're Wright, aren't you?
Well,
What I said earlier. Who put any weight into things like that? And now it is everything. The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past.
since when did court become theatrics over testimonies?
All that matters is the man was inside the costume. Isn't that enough? Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage, show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
Hold on. Forgot to press. It would have been convenient if we wear the murder. Wait, how many things did I press? This one, this one. It would have been convenient for him to wear. Yeah.
It would have been convenient for him to wear the...
Yeah, that thing. And why would that be?
That way, no one could see his face, of course.
And there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think that the costume would make him stand out all the more.
You're such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say.
Isn't that what you're always doing to me?
I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage, you know, right after the crime, you know?
Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show?
Well, all the contestants were supposed to be on stage in a friendly gesture thing.
And that included the German ninja.
Of course it included him. That's why when guard came out of dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought.
I see.
Well, anyway. He must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai.
As surely as ever. Man, haven't I been saying that from the very beginning?
Can I throw in the towel yet?
You don't need to think too hard on this one.
Huh?
There's a contradiction in testimony that's sitting in plain sight. And the question is, what contradiction means for us?
Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. Angardi. I now remember Angardi. Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage right after the crime, you know? So, he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Nickel Samurai to confess something after the post-ceremony stage show. He had to go do the post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know? An article... Map... Time of death is 8:15 p.m. Glossy photo Maya pushed. It was the Nickel Samurai. It seems the Nickel Samurai is to confess something after the post-ceremony. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. Boom, boom, boom. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after this crime. So he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Ungardi, yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Was it? A15. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Gardy. Yes, I remember. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. That's right, the Nickel Samurai. Yes, it was. It would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to the post-ceremony show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Who plays Nickel Samurai is a rival with the Jammin' Ninja. Victim, young star, who was Yamata, was bad terms with Ungardi. What would be the contradiction? They said the contradiction is like plainly visible. You don't need to think too hard on this one. What do you mean I don't need to think too hard on this one? I can't see it! Ungardi, yes. Now I remember. Would you please get on with your testimony? Why don't you need to show the language? Okay, what? Stark figure, singing, poor ears, witness. Okay. Gum, got it. Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago you said it was a racing jacket, was it not? Not too long ago. Let me ask you this. Huh? What did happen when the whippersnappers? My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be judge. Can't be blamed for the past. The court. Isn't that enough? It would have been convenient for him to wear it during the murder. And why would that be? That's no one. That way no one could see his face, of course. But there's still no advantage of him can see. And in fact, I would think the costume would make it stand out all more. You're such an annoying child. You have to disagree with everything that when he got it. Maybe it's troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. And he'd go to the post-ceremony stage show. Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the ceremony show? Well, the contestant were supposed to go on stage in friendly gesture thing. And that's included the Jammin' Ninja. Of course it included him. That's why when Ungardi came out of Dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought. I see. Well, anyway. So he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. So let me ask you one last time. The person you actually... He was stabbing poor Juan, but he was strangled, right? He wasn't stabbing Juan, he was strangled. Time of death, and he caught a scarf, and then stabbed with a knife? I don't think this is it. Let me save. I honestly don't remember. Objection! Objection! Nope. Your Honor, that statement contradicts the evidence.
It does. I don't see anything contradictory.
Really?
Objection denied. Try to think before you make accusations, Miss Wright.
Oops. That didn't go well. Well, if it's not that... He must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. It seems like the Nickel Samurai is to confess something after the show. Stolen from the night of the murder. Article, tabloids, map, Water Hotel. Guarded, corridas. Empty, some water on it. Corrida's fingerprints. Found next to the victim, filled with tomato juice. Bear Andrews prints. Dun, dun. Photo of Juan Corrida's murder. Scene. And he was stabbing poor Juan. Deceased. Strangled with a knife. Bears the guard's foot. Fingerprints on the grip and water. Was ripped from his costume, covered in Corrida's blood, found on Unguardi's hakama. So, must have worn next time stabbing poor Juan. So the fact that he would have been bloodied? Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. Statements carefully. I'm sorry. Blah 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 blah. Supposedly really obvious, according to Mia. Garda. Yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai. That's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. What's contradictory here? If you saw the Nickel Samurai, it's not Matt Unguarded, but how do I present that? Do I just say that the Nickel Samurai and Matt Unguarded don't look alike? Objection! Nope. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. After the post-ceremony stage show. After the post-ceremony stage show, it would have been convenient for him to wear a costume. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after. Did he? Was it the post-ceremony? He had to be there after it. Objection! Come on. Objection!
That's enough. This court sees no reason for deploying the trial. Nor is there any need for more to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear and there's no room for interpretations of the fact. This court finds the defendant Madangarde guilty. Where the accused will surrender to the court immediately and be held a pending trial of the court within a month of today. That is all. Court is adjourned. And be sure to just load up the safe and maybe we can try this again.
It's a contradiction in testimony and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is what that contradiction means for us. What that contradiction means for us. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. You saw the Nickel Samurai. Yes, I would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Samurai that I saw, yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his... Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to the post-samurai stage. He must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Nickel Sam... Nickel Samurai. Nothing special about that. A superstar is ultra hot mega secret scandal. Reliable sources that Juan Greta kept getting close to the mysterious yet beautiful manager of the stars, Miss AA. We know this is Juan in his room. Then Matt Angarde leaves, and she's like, oh yeah, Matt Angarde is wearing the Nickel Samurai costume when he's stabbing Juan. And then he left wearing the Nickel Samurai costume. There's nothing else telling the time. They must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. They must have been wearing the Nickel Samurai. How would he be wearing it? So Matt Angarde was wearing the Nickel Samurai costume, supposedly, while stabbing Juan. It doesn't make any sense. Angarde, yes, now I remember. That has nothing to do with anything. The Nickel Samurai was the Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. You saw the Nickel Samurai. Okay. So you saw the Nickel Samurai. How can I disprove that you saw the Nickel Samurai? There's no way of disproving you saw the Nickel Samurai. The Pickle Samurai. Boom, boom. Yes, it would be convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. So, Matt Angarde to wear his costume during the murder? He had to go to the post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know? Yeah, they did. So he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
Objection!
Nope. You have to go to the post-ceremony show right after the crime, you know? You have to post-ceremony show. I don't understand. Where's the contradiction? Hold on, guys. I need to turn on the AC. I'll be right back. President Edward. Psychic ghosts. Okay. Boom. Guess it would have to have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. Would have been convenient. How can I prove that it wouldn't have been convenient? How can I prove it wouldn't be convenient? Okay, let me see. Let's look at the evidence. We have our badge. An all-important badge shows I am an attorney, slightly translucent and radiant. You guys can see above me. I keep covering it just a little bit, but you guys can see it above me. We have this photo of the Nickel Samurai with his nickely gloves and his nickel hand and nickel face and nickel staff. Then we have this that tells us he was doing stuff after the show, which yeah, he does. This has nothing to do with it. Barely anything to do with it. Barely anything to do with it. Bears the victim's blood and Ungarde's fingerprints in the grip. Gatewater. Huh. Where's that picture? Where's the picture? There we go. If he was wearing the getup, then how did he get the fingerprints on his hands on the thing? Explain that, Miss Old Witch. Objection! The witness, what? How's that not it? I got excited. I probably didn't even present it in a good spot. He had to go as, oh, that's the wrong spot to present it. He saw, so he must have worn the nickel samurai when he was stabbing poor Juan. While he was stabbing poor Juan, if he had the nickel samurai thing, it wouldn't have worked! Objection!
Objection!
Please look. Please take a look at this.
Yeah? So, it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work.
No, that's not my intention at all.
That's a knife that was used in the murder, correct?
Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case?
You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it.
Is that what you were driving at? That exactly what I'm driving at.
What are we driving? And whose car are we driving?
If Mr. Ungarde was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all the fingerprints off of this knife right off.
Oh, that's right! The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he?
Objection!
He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing.
Objection!
And why would he do something like that? To leave his print on the weapon? There's no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Then let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while the costume as the Steel Samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off.
But the murder still didn't take place.
It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim.
Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edwards' theory?
So, let me get this straight. Edward's theory is like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? Yes, he took his knife with him. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose that Mr. Ungarde was the killer if that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent.
Take that!
This knife was used by Mr. Ungarde at dinner.
Yes, we did establish that.
Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Kurita.
I suppose.
However, you just said yourself, at that time the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us.
Order, I say. Order in the court. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing?
To hide the murder method, to frame Mr. Ungard. To frame my client, Mr. Ungard, of course.
To frame?
Objection!
Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little bit too hard on this one?
Objection!
But we just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Witness?
Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Henjipu?
Witness? Witness, did you or did you not see this Nickel Samurai?
Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but...
Are you saying you mixed up Ungard and the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV?
But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of the doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure.
She wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai? Alright, who were you waiting for then?
That's top secret. Anyone outside of security. For anyone.
I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida. Am I correct, witness?
The way you think, you're a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness.
Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of?
So, Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room? But it didn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida.
Maybe. Hey, Phoenix, maybe the Old Bag was waiting around for that person.
If it's who I think Mia's hinting at, it's certainly possible. Miss Oldbag, you were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you?
Take that!
Who is this person?
This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Ungard's manager.
But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room?
It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor.
Oh, this is... Well, this is... I see.
The judge seems to be really into the article. If it can be called such a thing.
Then, this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's...
Adrian Andrews, without a doubt, and the witness thought so as well.
Looks like he found me out. Well, okay, that's fine. I can throw away his whole sworn confidentiality stuff then.
Witness? What in the world are you?
Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. I have a very bad feeling.
I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course.
But what for?
Oh, just for myself. Personal reason and all that.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed here?
I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide.
I see. Very well then, witness, please testify about this secret information.
Get ready.
There's one thing here we're now, you youngins.
I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old.
That Angardi is one evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he set his own manager to get in close with Juan. I can't condone such dirty tricks, so I took action.
Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know.
Top secret, nobody knows.
The defendant sent this manager what a disgraceful topic for this court.
What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant?
Never heard that one before.
Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person?
I have looked into the matter and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip.
But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim.
So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited right now.
That's right, Angardi is nothing but your average full-blooded youth.
Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone.
That Angardi is one evil man.
You can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander.
But it's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss A.A.
But that name of the magazine this came from is Gossip Land.
What? Are you saying that gossip is just a pack of lies? What do you know? I suppose next you'll say me swear that to me that the news is 100% truth. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip.
Yes, discrimination is bad. Mr. Wright.
Discrimination? When did I do anything like that?
Anyway, Ungardi could never get me to say touche. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal.
Hold it!
A scandal? What do you mean by that?
You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what scandal is. Honestly, what are you teaching kids in middle school these days?
No. I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much.
Well, that Ungardi thought he could own a monopoly on the popularity. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan.
Hold it!
You don't have any proof that Mr. Ungardi did any such thing.
You must be suffering from shock. The shock of hearing truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right.
You're right. I can't do anything, but boy, do I wish I could do something about you.
Alright then, Sonny, show me what you got. Can you show me proof that Ungardi didn't bear any ill will towards Juan?
I don't think I can. Hey, Nami! How's it going? Good to see you, Nami. I don't think I can. Can you show me proof that Ungardi didn't bear any ill will? No? Actually, I can. Why would he bear any ill will? Glossy photo, push. Well, that's not him winning the prize, though. I guess I can't. Not right now. I don't have anything to offer.
See? Just as I thought. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You just given me a free pass to say anything and I want whatever I want, silly boy.
Me and my big mouth.
That's the way the cookie crumbles. For you, anyway. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action.
Hold it!
Aw, thanks, Nami. So, what do you mean by I took action?
Like I already told you, I was lying in the wait, close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was going to capture her and teach her a good lesson. Something you youngins need.
Yeah, you were going to teach her a good lesson.
I was going to make her eat the damaged beams of my ray gun.
No, stop!
Well, it was too bad that this woman didn't come through the door that night. No, and this is top secret. You get that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay?
Hold it!
I'm pretty sure the tablet's on. Wait,
What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over.
secret information that no one else knows about? If that's true, then how do you know this secret information?
Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole in my brain, you'll never find it.
How in the world did the old bat ever get such a secret piece of information? Press further. If you don't be a good girl, and tell me where you got this information, you won't get to go home today.
Maggie Pooh, what are you doing to me? Help me!
What do I have to do with this?
Just do it for me. You'll get a reward.
I don't want your reward, but don't leave me. But you don't leave me with a choice.
Objection!
The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head. And he lectures me on reckless babbling.
As long as we don't know where the information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning.
Where did all that get her inside information? There has to be something I can figure out in this. Sounds like it's just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it?
But you can't create. You can't just ignore either. It makes your client look bad either way.
Well, I don't think I heard anything really out of the ordinary just now.
There has to be something we can catch her on.
Yeah, and when I find it, I'm going to press the heck out of it. I think it's this, but different option? And she got it out of the tabloids, like... But I'm just gonna wait and see. I'm pretty sure she just got it out of the tabloids. We're gonna wait and see. Wait and see. I should probably think a bit more about this. I don't want to do anything rash. For now, maybe I should sit back and watch how things play out. No, I was gonna wait and see what... Okay, fine. I was hoping like maybe the silence would make her uncomfortable and maybe she would come out and say it, but apparently that's not the case. Alright, present evidence. So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag?
Why are you looking at me like that? Stop it!
Witness? I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire the secret info, isn't it? It's just...
Take that!
That's it.
Objection!
What? You call that proof? It looks more like proof to spite towards the witness. You have nothing to back up your claims. Then they are no more valid than gossip.
Objection sustained.
What?
Witness, please feel free to ignore the defense's gestures of ill will and continue.
Okie dokie. I'll see. Nothing can get me down.
Great. You did nothing but set me back a few minutes of my life. Sounds like another gossip. Okay, then... If it's not that... That it could ruin poor Juan by causing the scandal. Scandal? What do you mean by that? Dim-witted one. The scandal, honestly, what are they teaching you in middle school? No, I was asking a scandal. Dun, dun, dun. Well, I'm glad I thought only a monopoly popularity. Which one was the one that I could press on even more? There was another one. Evil, evil, evil. Was it this one? I don't think it was. Something in proof. malicious slander, looking at this right seller, gossip line magazine, pack of lies. Honestly, Sonny, it's not that. Daikaru and Juan. So, to that, he sent his own manager to get close. Kind of cut down. It was this one. I'm gonna have it as a proof. Must have suffered from the shock. No, this is boom, boom, not right, it is. Thinking about you, Princess Sunny. Can you show me proof that Unguarded did not bear any ill will towards Juan? Any ill will? Is there a way I can prove that there was no ill will? I think we've established that there is ill will. In like every piece of evidence, there's definitely ill will everywhere. Stolen. Wait, hold on. Stolen at the night of the murder. Tabloid articles about the victim was in the case. Tabloid article about the victim was in the case. Tabloid article of the victim was in the case? That has nothing to do with that, but that's where you're the thief! Decline. Hold on. You're the thief. Oh, is this top secret? You got no. Yeah. It's a secret. Oops. If you don't, good girl, get the information. There's a dude from your reward. Dang it, I pushed the wrong button. I pushed the wrong button.
Hold it!
Alright. Present evidence. And no one is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Mr. Oldbag? Miss Oldbag.
Why are you looking at me? Stop that!
Witness? I hate to say it, but this is how you acquired the information. Take that!
Take that!
The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart.
Yes, I remember this mischievous girl.
The report that she had last a certain note on it had written on it. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself.
But she reported such a thing?
On the piece of paper, she had written down some of her inspirations about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews.
What? Outrageous ideas! You say?
No. I said impressions.
Then everything written on the piece of paper is completely meaningless?
Ah, that's it. That's the notes.
No! You see, this is something completely different. The top secret business groceries to buy this.
Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's notes.
I'm I'm a huge fan of Juan's. That's why that infamous puppy herd Snapper. She's working with the evil Ungarde. She said so herself. Ungarde, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Betty Pooh! You believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before.
You really should come up with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine.
Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose I can overlook it just this once.
She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? No. If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict the deafening blow to the prosecution.
Witness! You said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct?
This is a store? Don't you listen carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from a terrible lonely trash can, that's all.
You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it!
Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again?
Miss Oldbag, I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. You stole a camera.
Take that!
Miss Oldbag, the note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it?
The camera?
Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, "My sweetie, 1,600 camera disappeared on me."
Why, witness!
What is it, Gramps?
If you have the note, then it is only logical that you have the camera too.
Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for?
That's...
What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know.
I still eat meals, and like you, I fall in love, I borrow things from people.
I think your definition of borrow is a little off.
I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of picture she had taken.
I'm a professional security guard. It is my business to know these things.
Bailiff! Check these camera's photos, hurry! We must examine them at once! Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have?
There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case.
Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai.
See, I told you! That's the guy I saw!
This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant, however. In his own confession, Mr. Ungarnick clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume.
If that's the case, then this Nickel Samurai is...
the defendant.
Can I look at that picture real quick?
How did this come? How did it come to this?
I don't know, Your Honor. Let me look at the picture. Isn't that his own? Oh no, I see the teddy bear. That is definitely Juan's room. It is definitely Juan's room. I know Juan, and he is Juan to do that. Have bears. He is Juan to have bears.
How did this come to this? I think this brings us to an end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright. The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client?
If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took, there's this photo that Lotta took. Is there something strange with it? There's nothing strange with it, or there's something strange with it. There has to be something strange with it, or else we're screwed. I don't have a choice. But what's strange with it? What is strange with it? I don't want to just bluff. Oh shit. Hopefully we see it now. There's something strange with it, Your Honor. There's something strange with the photo, Your Honor.
I knew this was coming. Right.
Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think we can all agree that there's nothing strange with this photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo even with a bunker buster.
Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, please look at the photo one more time.
If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct?
I don't like the way you said that, Judge.
I'm going to let you save because you don't like the way I said that.
Thank you, Judge. Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts?
Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange?
I want to say the lack of flowers. Also the fact that it's on the right side of the room, although I guess we could be on the other side. This teddy bear was definitely not there, Your Honor. Maybe. I'm gonna. Yeah, that's a really strange teddy bear, Your Honor.
Take that!
The strange thing is somewhere around here, I think.
Somewhere around here.
I think. Am I seeing something you all are not?
It looks like there was no problem in finding this photo after all.
The problem was with the brain of the lawyer, Your Honor.
But wait! You're the one who let the last chance fly away from you, Mr. Wright. Enough. Let the court guilty. If you would like to load up your save, you can try again, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, I think I'll do that right now, Your Honor.
Yeah, one chance. In this save file.
Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. Can't let this chance go by.
What is about this photo is incorrect. He's wrong.
What is wrong? Let's look at it. Look at it. Isn't there supposed to be a thing on his hamaka? A hakama? You see the button. I don't see no button, Your Honor. Is it the button? I think it's the button. I don't see no button.
Take that!
I would like to direct the court's attention to this area right here.
What are you pointing at? His ankles?
If you could see this person's ankles, what would be one thing? That would be one thing. However, you can't.
And what does that mean?
The costume person in this photo could not have been unguarded.
Because he's short. This guy is short. The murderer is actually really short.
Is that correct? Is that where we're getting at? You can see this guy's ankles, kind of not really. You can barely see his ankles. He has to like spread his legs and stuff. But I guess in the murder picture, in this one, even if he spread his legs, you wouldn't see his ankles. Huh. Ha! They got the same idea.
What is the meaning of this?
Objection!
I wonder if you would care to elaborate with actual facts, that is? Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama.
His socks. You can see his socks.
Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding the hakama up with just to walk. Oh, he is, huh? There is only one explanation for this. The person inside the costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time.
That's curious.
Huh? What is?
Edward, it's unusually calm today.
That's true.
He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he only is along for the ride.
Along for the ride? What do you mean by that?
I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all.
He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all?
Mr. Edwards, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not met on guard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless.
I figured it would come to this. What? Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that this person inside the costume is not met on guard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume?
Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edward's attitude, don't you think?
Yeah. Why is he so calm?
Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph?
I'm gonna have to say if it's not Matt on guard, it's the Adrian Andrews.
Adrian Andrews?
If you want to know who the Nickel Samurai is, it is none other than this woman. And why would you say it was Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Ungard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Ungard that night.
And how does that all add up?
It means that if it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item, a certain knife, Mr. Ungard's fingerprints are all over it. With all over it. Blah, blah, blah.
The knife that was used as a murder weapon.
Why don't you just say what it is you want, right? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict the Miss Adrian Andrews is the murderer of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime.
Order! 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 It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This court is issuing a sub bone for Miss Adrian Andrews. The verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony.
Subpoena? Was that the word subpoena? I think it was subpoena. Right, this is it.
This is kind of bad for us.
Huh? What do you mean?
If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day.
One more day? If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya...
Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow.
What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court.
Now then.
Objection!
Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today.
I cannot do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony.
I am bored wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue today's trial.
But we cannot continue due to the unexpected development.
Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that?
That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss and Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What?
What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man?
Somehow, I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over.
Exactly.
Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess.
To be continued.
Whew!
Another day or another part in court. Chat. We're gonna be taking up a recess from chat and Twitch, and I'm going to take a break, a short recess sleep break. If you guys want to share the stream, I'd greatly appreciate you doing so. Just click right there. You're 2 clicks away from sharing the stream. Just click it, and then click retweet, and then you're done. You're good to go, and that'll show me exactly which one of you guys are enjoying the show, and I greatly appreciate that too as well. Other than that, I'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes, and we will continue more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Justice for All. Alright, chat. So this is what's gonna happen, chat. I am going to be doing this trial, and if I remember correctly, which I really don't remember, I believe there's a lot more left to this trial, and I've been streaming for 9 hours, and I've been trying to stop about 3 hours ago, but I do want to get through this day of trial. So we're going to be going through this day of trial, and after that we're going to go raid somebody. But I do appreciate everybody being here. If you haven't followed the channel, please consider doing so. If you haven't followed me on Twitter, please consider doing so. If you haven't joined us on Discord, please consider doing so. And yeah. Can't think of anything else. If you haven't retweeted, please consider doing so. And that's what's gonna happen. What, you guys, thank you for all the support and everything. You guys are the greatest. The greatest. With that being said, let's go ahead and continue this next part of the trial.
Dude, I can't believe that Hydra. No way! Had not killed and collected Adrian Andrews.
She's your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her.
So, after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time.
See, she could have also easily planted the blood-covered button in your hakama.
Because she was the one that came to wake me up?
Then, dude, you're saying it was really her? Yes, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida.
But why? I thought she was buds with Juan.
She was her own. She has her own agenda.
Her own agenda? What are you talking about?
I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today.
Get me a verdict that's refreshing, like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer dude?
Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right?
Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note and the person thought to have hidden it
is Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder.
And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida, all to get the suicide note back.
That sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me.
What?
Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impact's.
It was Edgeworth.
Looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet.
Court is now reconvened. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please.
The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Carriza's room. What is your occupation?
I'm the manager of the defendants in this case, Miss Matt Ungard.
I see. Now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have a few requests.
Yes, sure. What is it?
I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out about my relationship status with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
No. I have no idea what you mean. I never even heard of Casablanca.
If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me.
Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim.
Yes. I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
So it was a fry and bait matter. Was it a bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing.
But I didn't kill him.
No one is accusing you of that.
I think there's someone who would beg a differ.
I think we all understood your relationship with the victim, Miss Andrews.
Very well. Then, witness, please testify to the court. What happened when you discovered the murder had taken place?
When I found the body.
It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
You poured yourself a glass of juice?
Yes, sadly, I didn't remember to remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing.
And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass was made, Your Honor.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Phoenix? She.
Why can I? My voice. I can't do lady voices.
She is one and cool collected customer, and she has the brain to match.
Yes, I know.
In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing.
Disrupts her pacing?
She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off of things inconsistent with her thinking. So, you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over, understand? It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room.
Hold it!
And what was Mr. Unguarded doing at the time?
He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony.
Mr. Unguarded did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes?
Excuse me? It? What are you?
Objection!
Right. Right. I thought your years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Unguarded's knife from his room?
No.
Subject, verb, object. Right. Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue.
After that, I went to Juan's room.
Hold it!
And why did you do that?
As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes.
So, the show was supposed to be the show of friendship, huh? Is that the only reason?
I beg your pardon? What are you implying?
You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim?
Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at the time.
I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room?
And there was his dead body. I was in shock.
Oops.
Hold it!
You were in shock.
What? Was I not supposed to be?
Miss Andrews is a very calculating person. And despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Karida. Anyone randomly stumbling upon the dead body would have been in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be in shock. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see.
What I saw was naturally the exact same scene that in the crime scene photo.
Hold it!
This is the photo you're referring to, correct?
Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest.
And the guitar case was like that, this too?
Yes, it was open and empty, of course.
And then, what did you do next, witness?
I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
Hold it!
Juice?
Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself.
But you didn't drink any of it, did you?
Huh?
There were no litmus marks left on the wine to suggest that anyone drank from it.
I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it.
Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corrida, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself a glass of juice, correct?
And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time.
Your mind was a complete blank? I didn't think that was possible for you.
Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing.
What one thing?
Never mind. It's no big deal.
What was she starting to say just now? Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was.
Actually, so would I.
I'm sorry. It's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over.
The flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards?
It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case.
Why did you withhold such an important piece of information?
I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would just simply assume the vase was just a part of the mess.
It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal in your testimony.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't even touch anything else. I was the one who knocked the flower vase where it fell onto the guitar case.
Hold it!
What kind of flower vase was it?
It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse, so I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser, and that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase.
That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself.
That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality.
It doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now.
I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to
keep on the offensive and not let up.
The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence.
I have to find something. I just have to, for Maya's sake. Time for the show to start. After that, felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass. I was the one who knocked the flower vase over, where it fell onto the guitar case. If it fell onto the guitar case, first off, why is it wet while it's open? Why is the guitar case open? Empty. There's some water. There's some water on the sink, but only on the top lid. Only on the top lid. But it was open, right? It's open, so how fell onto the guitar case? It's either this one or the actual guitar case, because the guitar case actually shows the what you call it, the first of all, it has fingerprints. Also, it shows that there's water on top of the case, so yeah, I'm gonna present this. This is gonna show that the case is open. Why would the case be open? Objection! Let's try that again. Objection!
Objection!
There we go. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct?
Yes.
Are you sure it fell into the guitar case?
Is there a problem with what I said?
It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell into the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case shouldn't have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. Well, that's very true. Furthermore, there is one more other strange thing about the guitar case. What is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case.
Objection!
What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all?
Objection!
No. Think back to what Miss Andrews testified. She said that other than the vase, she did not touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say that she didn't touch the guitar case.
Objection!
But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on the case at all. That may very well be. However, the empty case does seem to have no relation to the case, does it?
It seems that there is no deeper meaning to this guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, I do think we need to hear more details about the guitar case.
Make her testify. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either.
All right, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not that big of a deal, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
It looks like this really wasn't a very important point.
This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now. It's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using anyway to change the topic, a convenient escape for a weak man.
I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed.
During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind?
Well, you see,
Are you sure you are the one who opened the guitar case?
she's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not.
Sounds like her dependent side is taking over.
Well, Miss Andrews,
Yes, it was me. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over.
Hold it!
So you opened the guitar case then?
Yes, well, maybe.
Why did you open the guitar case?
Huh?
Mr. Kurita's dead body was right there, in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case.
Objection!
As the witness has stated multiple times, when she found the body, she was dazed.
Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was all right or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it.
Why would she care about the bright red guitar?
But getting back on topic, it's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all.
Hold it!
Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside.
Objection!
How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have you little professionalism? The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention.
yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright.
Sorry.
As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
Hold it!
Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body?
Yes, that's probably it.
I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try.
Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now.
I wasn't planning on letting up, but
She's at her weakest now. So this is our chance.
yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with.
sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court records, waiting to be found.
I don't remember too clearly because it was on the days. Okay, let's go through this. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? And the case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. I suppose I might have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. The case was empty after all. Was it empty? Was the case empty? It was. You guys see it above my head? Let's see. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after knocking the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. I suppose I must have... I don't think you did. If I remember correctly. Empty, there was some water, but only on top of the lid bears Corita's fingerprints. But your fingerprints were never presented. Unless you had gloves on, in which that wouldn't make sense. I don't think you have any gloves to wear. Hi, Harase, and everybody else. Sorry, again, I apologize if I'm not paying attention too much to chat. It's just really hard to read this, think, and do everything at the same time. But hi, Harase, how are you, Sarah? That's her name backwards. If you look at it right there, that's her name backwards, Sarah. Like I said earlier, you guys should give her a follow. I enjoy watching her. I've been watching her last couple streams, and they're funny. And she's funny to watch, so go watch her whenever she gets on. Yes, online webmaster. My name is Lazy Rico, as it is in my screen name. You done good. Thanks for letting us know, Jan son. That's quite alright. I already have permission to stream on this this place. Appreciate it though. But yes. Go check her out. She's wonderful. She's wonderful. That's embarrassing. It's okay. It's not like I told them you ate your key or anything. Like that would be embarrassing. Telling everybody that you ate your key. How does that happen? Right? Right? Who eats their keys? Anyways. Let's continue. Again, I'm sorry if I don't reply to chat immediately. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case. I
I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after all I knocked the vase over.
See, you didn't touch it. You didn't touch the guitar case because your fingerprints aren't on the guitar case. So, objection!
Objection!
There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case.
Why would you say that?
It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim.
What is this, Miss Andrews?
You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case.
What do you mean?
What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time?
Gloves? Why would you be wearing gloves at the time?
It was the night of the award ceremony. Of course I dress up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves.
I see.
Well,
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime.
And no, she wasn't. You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange?
why is that strange? Do you have something something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time?
Yes, the wine glass. You left your fingerprints on the wine glass. I have proof right here. This wine glass.
The wine glass?
You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? You get the guitar case? Did her glasses just break and she put on another pair of glasses?
Order! Order! Order!
Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time.
What do you mean?
I believe this guitar case plays a very important role here.
But it's just a guitar case.
I wonder if it really was empty, though.
But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio.
Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar.
You don't mean it was the bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either.
I admit, it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case...
Objection!
Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided...
Objection!
No, Your Honor, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it was wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder.
Objection!
If you're so sure, Mr. Wright, then I'm sure you can substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Somehow. Please enlighten us with why the guitar case has anything at all with this murder.
Can you do that, Mr. Wright?
Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case.
The bright red guitar not being the only thing. You don't mean to suggest there was a bright black guitar?
So you intend to push your theory that the case was... I'm sorry, the judge got me. So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, right?
I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove.
Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of murder?
I'm going to go with the suicide note. Was her suicide note hidden? This would work to present it, I would assume, because we want to know about the suicide note, right? That's the only thing that would be in it, right? But that's not how you would present it. That's suicide report, celestial impacts. Is there anything else? Seems like the Nickel Samurai was to confess something after the post-ceremony stage show. Lotus camera. What was it? Oh, I don't know. What is Lotus photo again? Lotus photo. I wouldn't have this. What was inside? What was inside? The Nickel Samurai costume? The Nickel Samurai costume, right? Yeah, it was the Nickel Samurai costume. I hope.
Take that!
This is a photograph.
Yes, but what is important is... Yes, but what is important is what is... Why am I stumbling over my words? Yes, but what is important is that... Yes, but what is important is what is in the picture, Your Honor.
In this picture...
It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is... Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What?
Mr. Wright, explain yourself.
Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be in doing something like that?
That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews?
I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea?
Just outside the door was an investigative reporter who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot correct.
You mean this photo? Order! Order! It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we?
Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later.
So, the real murderer was hiding inside a costume.
Objection!
But wait a second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Ungarde's. Why would something of the defendants be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places.
True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai costume doing inside of the guitar case?
It was stolen from Ungarde. It was a spare costume. Mr. Ungarde did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What?
Then, are you saying that the night of the murder, there were two Nickel Samurais at the Kidwater Hotel?
Yes, that is what I am saying.
Then how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case?
It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose.
But why? The victim, Mr. Korea, was the Japanese ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act?
And therein lies the sticking point.
Objection!
What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? No. I just...
Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had a Nickel Samurai's spare costume?
Phoenix, you are sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you.
Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was press conference, seems like. Because, okay, this is something that I was thinking of the entire time. Because What's-His-Face doesn't even know about the press conference, I figured he was gonna go in dressed as the Nickel Samurai to confess something that would ruin the Nickel Samurai's reputation, or whatever. That's what I think. So, take that.
Take that!
What is this?
On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference.
The press conference?
Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once you're not making something up right. But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ungard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night.
But how can that be?
The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The press conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself.
The victim?
Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai.
He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference. But why would the victim do such a thing?
That's something I don't quite know yet. However,
What I am concerned with right now is that he intended to reveal what he intended to reveal at the conference.
What, the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something? And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Himself.
Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt on guard.
Yes, I guess that is what it would mean.
But if that's the case, that's not a confession. That's public disclosure.
Miss Andrews.
I can see why you are pros at what you do.
Pardon me?
Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan.
Miss Andrews, please offer an explanation for this.
I was the one who asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me.
You?
Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway.
What was going to... he was going to ruin him, huh?
It looked like somehow Juan's...
Food.
It looked like somehow Juan had his hand to...
Bleh.
It looked like somehow Juan had his hand... a secret... had his hand... Bleh. It looked like somehow Juan had... It looked like somehow Juan had in his hand a secret... That's such an awkward sentence. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hand a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career as it had been revealed.
What?
And do you know what this secret of Mr. Unguarded is, Miss Andrews?
That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is.
I see.
I've probably been coming off as quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all.
Protect Mr. Unguard?
And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could please tell us the truth about your behavior.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him.
This does account for everything.
Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit.
If the defense would find no fault in this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright.
It looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down.
From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was a murderer.
Hold
would you say that was your intention speaking to you? Intuition speaking to you?
You don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove someone did something, you need 3 things.
3 things?
A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear.
You should have already known that, Phoenix.
They don't teach you that to us in school, at least not from what I remember.
May I continue? I'd have to kill Juan no matter what.
Hold it!
So, would you say this need came from the press conference?
Yes, do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved avant-garde.
And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews?
Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume.
But I'm sure Mr. Angardi himself didn't know anything about the press conference.
Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the conference?
Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony.
Yes, I agree, Miss Andrews. Please correct your testimony, if you please.
Grasping at straws now? Are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't know any way to prove I'm right.
Hold it!
Has Mr. Angard done anything to hurt or betray you personally?
Why do you ask?
You were the one who helped Mr. Corrida with his press conference, and that event was supposed to bring Mr. Angarde, yet you still helped out.
Objection!
The person on trial right now is Mr. Angarde, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill.
Why do I keep doing this to myself?
And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder.
Hold it!
But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Angarde was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Angarde?
I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went in to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time.
I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people in this courtroom, however.
The judge is glaring straight at Mia.
He's glaring at you, smart guy. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife.
Hold it!
You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well have been a clever camouflage.
Then what about the button?
The button?
It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
You're talking about the button, correct? This button, correct?
That button was found in the pleat of Matt Hakama's. Isn't that correct? I would think that'd make it very decisive evidence.
Looks like you wore out foxing again, Mr. Wright.
Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony.
I can't stand the sight of the man who can't gracefully accept his defeat.
Thank goodness Mia can still look at me.
With an icy stare, yes.
How can she read my mind?
Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony.
That button was torn off of Juan during this fight with Matt.
Hold it!
And how do you know that?
When the end of the thread of the button and the costumes were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly. Oh, so I heard.
I've heard that too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to the fine details?
Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you are not.
And I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where and what?
But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt I had to protect him.
Hold it!
But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time as well. Worst possible time.
Objection!
Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put? This witness could disclose things about This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Angarde at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Angarde as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant.
Objection!
This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour. And please stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony is pretty solid.
Really? Because to me, it sounded a little wishy-washy.
Wishy-washy?
Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more.
You should know this by now. You should know this by now. You'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk.
Got it, Chief.
I'm going to pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. It has to be what we pressed. Let me get to the thing we pressed. Didn't have an alibi. The button was torn off Juan during his fight with Matt. Okay. How can I say it wasn't? It was ripped from his costume. It's covered in blood. Found on Angarde's hakama. You know, that doesn't help me whatsoever. How can I prove that didn't happen? Corita's murder scene. Ripped. Decreased. Found by Juan Corita. Was her suicide note hidden? Cause strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. Would that be it? I don't think so. It bears the victim's blood and on guard his fingerprint as a grip. Date water as engraving. Picture taken. Don't I get burnt out? I mean, I've played games for a longer amount of times. This is honestly like the most relaxing game I can play. Is it only top of the lid? Find next to victim's tomato, fingerprints, concrete as a murder scene. If he stabbed him right after, like he sees the button gone and he stabbed him, why would the button... The button was torn off. Maybe it is. It's one autopsy. Time of death, 8:15. Cause, strangled with a scarf and then stabbed with a knife. So, if he was... I think it's this. I'm pretty sure it's this. Like, half an objection? Can I just... can I just do half an objection? Can I just a little bit of an objection, like objection? Yeah? No? Okay. Objection!
Objection!
Okay. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf.
Strangulation?
The knife stabbed the victim was done after the victim had already died.
And what does that mean?
Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it is impossible for this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There's no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body.
Order! What is the meaning?
What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What's the purpose? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it?
Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with that button? What was it?
Destroy the evidence. To have a memento of the crime. Aw. to pin the crime on guard. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on guard. There is no way around. There's no way anyone would. There's no way anyone would put. There's no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. On Guard was set up by the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is, well, Mr. Wright, who is the real killer then? Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point.
Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end.
The real killer, the person who planned to frame On Guard is... I mean, as of right now, it seems like it's Adrian Andrews. I mean, who else?
Take that!
Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you! You are Mr. Corrida's killer!
What?
Order! Mr. Wright, this is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence to support your charge?
Any evidence? All the evidence points to Miss Andrews!
How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me.
I can't, can I? Would you care to test me?
Then what about this knife?
The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. I like that she has like 50 pairs of glasses.
Then... What about the button that was found on Mad's Hakama?
I swear, we just talked about this. This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his killer or the killer. However, if Mr. On Guard was the real killer, there is no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. On Guard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews.
I see. What about the empty guitar case?
That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews.
No,
But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time.
That's right.
That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So, to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of the dead body. And on top of it all, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. On Guard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're looking kind of short in stature. Are you not?
Please, stop.
Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time.
Miss Andrews.
I refuse to testify.
What was that?
There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me.
Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves.
What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. On Guard's room,
Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what you are about to discuss. But we just discussed. Understood? Alright.
That's it. That's when Francesca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews not to testify if things look bad.
You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done.
Something I haven't done?
What's wrong, mister? What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence?
What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer has proven up to this point is meaningless.
What?
Everything you have proven is circumstantial.
Circumstantial?
Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to prove a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corrida.
Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Miss Corrida?
I believe it is this may lead me to incriminate myself, so I will abstain from answering.
Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think?
Maybe so, or maybe not. There is nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence.
No! She's taking that defiant attitude again.
Mia, what do we do? Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation.
I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully sustained with solid, definitive proof.
But that's not true.
In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess.
Recess?
I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial.
Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then...
Hold it!
Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya...
But it is impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Without then, this court is...
Objection!
It is not possible for this trial to continue.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you?
It's true, Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony.
Yes, that is true, but...
Actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about, Miss Andrews. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice.
Yes, and?
I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice.
So my actions were unusual. But I've already...
Before you speak, I want you to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect.
Testify?
Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again. And to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony would be in no way implicate the witness.
I don't know what it is about Edward today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he a friend or foe? I just don't know.
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please.
When I found the body,
That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and I saw it in the messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over, but tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting there like that, I thought that he was dead. He was dead. The thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
blood coming out of his chest and you just thought he wasn't dead. I don't know about that.
So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in the earlier testimony?
I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, there's nothing left.
I know.
Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours?
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
When I found the body,
That glass of juice didn't really pour it. I didn't really pour it for myself.
Hold it!
but there wasn't anyone else in the room, right?
Of course not.
Then, who did you pour it for?
Mr. Wright, there is a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you?
In other words,
Wright, be quiet and listen! Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state.
Hold it!
so it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Corrida?
Objection!
I understand your frustration, but not being able to prove your theory, however. Before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. And then what did you see next, witness?
And Juan, he was just sitting there, all slumped over and tired looking in the corner.
Hold it!
Slumped over?
Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping.
Is that just me, or did that right there sound a little odd?
When I saw him sitting there like that, I thought that he wasn't dead. The thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind.
Hold it!
Then what did cross your mind?
I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because of the Grand Prix. And then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought.
I see, so you didn't think he was dead at all.
To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice.
Hold it!
You thought he fainted?
I thought he was asleep at first. But then the room was such a messy state, I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone else.
And that's when you went to pour a glass of juice.
Yes. He always had a hard time waking up. So Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink.
I see. Then after that, what happened next?
When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
Hold it!
And how did you come to the realization that he was, in fact, dead?
I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set a glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backwards.
And knocked the flower vase over. So that's what happened.
Yes.
That doesn't explain the knife. That doesn't explain the knife getting there, and that doesn't explain a lot of things. And he's stabbed. If he's supposedly already stabbed, button missing and everything, blood all over his body, and you're telling me you didn't notice that?
This is what it all comes down to.
Huh?
This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case.
Isn't that a bit harsh, Miss Andrews? Will you tell us the truth this time? Gaza juice didn't really pour itself. I was surprised when I walked into the room when I saw him in a messy state, and Juan was sitting there slumped over a tired look in the corner. That's when I saw him sitting there. I thought that the thought that he wasn't dead didn't come across my mind. I don't believe that.
Hold it!
No, don't hold it. Just point out the fact that if you look at the dead body, when I saw him sitting like that, the thought, look, right here. That no. Objection!
Objection!
So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him?
No, not at all.
Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body?
What is the meaning of this?
Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Corita's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man.
You see...
I doubt a single person in the world would mistaken this for someone who fainted, especially someone who wears glasses and seems to have an infinity number of those glasses just in case they break in her pocket. And then, so nonchalantly, go pour something to drink.
Your point is...
Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. Your lie has proven one thing very clearly. That you are the real killer.
It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard, is not guilty after all.
But that's impossible. You're wrong.
Mr. Andrews, Miss Andrews, try to have some composure.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I tell you. It was Matt. I swear it. He was the one who killed Juan.
But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself.
That's because...
Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you?
I refuse to testify.
Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Ungard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated.
Is it over? Have you found the truth at last?
What's wrong, Phoenix?
Usually, the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't.
But now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Ungard.
Objection!
Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time.
What?
The reason is quite simple. The witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth.
The absolute real truth? What are you...
Witness, do you understand yet? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt on guard will go free. And in his place, you will be the guilty party.
That's a lie. I don't believe you.
What?
No, I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty.
But what in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it?
I can't speak about it. I'm too scared.
It's Francesca von Karma.
Huh?
Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by griping tightly onto the words of another because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself.
Then, right now, Miss Andrews is...
Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss Von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Ungard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging onto them.
Then, what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That's my only priority.
It wasn't me. I'm begging you. Please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please. Someone help me.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
the court cannot continue like this. Therefore, I'd like you to hear what you intend to do.
What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say?
Right.
I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. Okay. Well, you should also save just in case there's some kind of decision that would change the course of the game. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying right over there. Right? Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? Request a not guilty verdict. Force Andrews to testify. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that.
Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you're really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Sure,
Mr. Engard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want the trial to end?
Baby, be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me.
That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edworth. However, it's clear that the defense theory is the truth.
You're wrong.
What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However,
What is it, Mr. Edworth?
Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court.
Mr. Edworth!
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness.
What?
And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past.
Stop. Please, stop.
No matter how much you want to hide it, it is no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything in the world.
Please, stop! I beg you! If people find out, I'll...
If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Edward, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips, no matter what I have to do. So will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me.
I'll talk. But please, help me. Nothing matters anymore.
My crime.
When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honestly. Then I realized he was dead. And that's when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of inconvenience. That's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai's costume.
You just stabbed the body with the knife? But why would you do that?
Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man.
What do you mean by all this?
It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth.
The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He was trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time.
Last time? So, Ms. Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Corrida, in the chest with the knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind.
She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard with the murder. And this is her crime.
What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't it Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer?
Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence with the cross-examination.
The judge is really annoyed.
When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest.
Hold it!
But you could tell from the state of the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling me the truth when you say you did not know he was dead?
He had a scarf tied around his neck, but the scarf is a part of the Jabba Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it. Was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I had to wake him up and went to pour the juice. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan.
Hold it!
What is this plan you had?
I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weakness. Weakest weak point in the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. And so you forged a piece of evidence where the knife would end the button. The first thing that came to my mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure that there was no one in the hallway, I made a mad dash back to Matt's room.
Hold it!
That was so you could get the knife, correct?
The knife Matt used at the dinner and his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume at the time. I slipped in and took the knife and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button.
Hold it!
So you were the one who stabbed the victim with the knife? That knife?
It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. And then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you took the So you thought to rip one of the buttons off of them and then plant it on Mr. Ungarda's hakama. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go as smoothly, do they? Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience.
Hold it!
An inconvenience?
And there was a woman with a camera at the ready loitering in the hallway.
I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lada.
There was also a woman with a ray gun in at the ready, pacing back and forth.
That's Miss Oldback for you.
I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume.
Hold it!
You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you?
Yes, I took it from Globo Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this to prepare preparations for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear the costume and hold a press conference in it. He was also going to disclose Matt's big secret there.
What was this secret?
That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the nickel samurai's costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was also careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened up the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume.
I think we've heard enough. So, after that, we went to Mr. Ungard's room and planted the button.
Into Matt's hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume and was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it.
Gosh dang it, Sarah.
My word! What does all this mean? What does sweat wet mean? My word! What does all this mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Ungarde. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk.
Francesca, huh?
She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I have done. That if I would just keep quiet, then Matt would get found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words.
What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can certainly we can be certain she is not the real killer.
But wait, Your Honor! The defense still...
Objection!
Right.
It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything.
Yes, exactly. This isn't a single piece of... There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright.
But
Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning.
understand, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately.
That is all. Court is adjourned for now, for today.
He was like, I'm getting out. I'm done with this. I'm done. Tomorrow we'll finish this. I'm out. I'm done. Today's trial is over.
And I didn't win in the acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something?
Edgeworth.
Edgeworth? What is it?
Before you leave the court today, I wondered if I might look at the one thing. The card in your hand. It had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it?
Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I don't remember, as at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright, I remember just now. I found this in the room that day.
The room?
That day,
Yes.
I found this card.
When I discovered Juan's body, it was lying there next to him.
You found that card next to the victim's body.
I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right?
Yeah, I guess not. But it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why.
witness! That card, give it to me! Hurry!
Edgeworth?
Do you have any idea what you have stupidly, yet inadvertently done? This... I can't believe you hid this from me all this time!
I didn't mean to.
What is this all about? I've never seen Edward so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it? What does it mean? To be continued.
Alright.